Wednesday, March 13, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to thank everyone for joining us here tonight. Thank everyone at home for watching. A couple things. First of all, this meeting is being broadcast by SMAC and recorded for future viewing on the internet or possibly on the SMAC channel. Second thing, a little reminder, if you could silence your phones, that'd be great. And I think we're looking for a motion now.
I move that we open the public hearing. Second.
Elliot's the second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have Article...
Excuse me, point of order?
Mr. Lurie.
I have a point of order.
Sure.
We got some new information since our last meeting. It was the revenue sheet. I want to thank the business manager, Elizabeth, and her last name, what is it? Zaleski. Elizabeth Zaleski made sure we got it. So I'm thankful for that. I just wanted to call attention to, before we actually get into the budget, I think it's important to state an item that did not get captured in the revenue sheet that was also affected probably on January 16th when the budget got voted in. So there was a vote taken by the select board back on October 17th of 2023. And what they did in that vote was something that the town's never seen before. And it was a bold move by a member of the select board to say, let's take some of the levy off through based on the amount of the new growth that's coming in, set it aside so that the departments don't use it, so that decisions could be made down the road that will stabilize the town, do really wonderful things for our bond rating. Lots of goodness comes out of it. And what I want to see happen is to see that we capture that vote before we start to make all of our modifications in the budget to make it all work. So I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Lurie, you're making a motion to... He hasn't even made the motion yet. You're seconding a motion that hasn't been made.
I'm going to make a motion.
Mr. Lurie,
Yes.
We've started the public hearing on the other stuff now, though.
I'd like to make a motion about the revenue. It's all part of the agenda, so I don't see any problem with it.
And I'd like to second the motion.
It's not made
There hasn't been a motion. You're seconding the motion that hasn't been made.
Well, she understands the context of the motion.
Mr. Lurie, you're talking about a vote of the select board?
This is not going to be a vote that changes what happened on October 17th. I have a motion
I would
as
hope
to...
not. That would take a time
No,
machine.
because the revenue is not reflected in our budget, because money was put into the budget that wasn't set aside, I have a motion that does set aside the money so that we can move forward and make our changes in the budget over time, especially right before we get into each of the line items of all the departments. It's important to do that now.
Mr. Lurie, we have not even finished the public hearing. We have a motion to open the public hearing. We're starting the public hearing
No,
now.
I'm saying before we start to deliberate
We're
on
not deliberating.
anybody's budget.
We are starting the public hearing. We're not deliberating anything right now.
I'm asking for a motion on an item that affects all the budgets that we're going to see. It's a public hearing about the budget, and revenue estimates is an essential part. So like if somebody comes up and says we need X number of dollars, it changes the nature of our questions if the money is or isn't available for whatever department needs money. It affects it. So I think if you're going to ask proper questions as each of these departments come forward, we should actually be level set on the amount of money that's actually in the budget.
We are not at that point of the agenda. We have a motion to open the public hearing.
We already seconded that and
Yes.
voted.
Yes. So we're going to
So here
continue
we
the
are.
public hearing.
You're saying that you can't take motions because we're in a public hearing. I've never heard that before.
I'm trying to move to the next item on the agenda is what I'm trying to do.
And you're not going to accept motions that a member has that's central to what it is that we're doing on tonight's agenda.
When we get to the area of,
Number 17.
yes, I was going to say, when we get to the area of the agenda that has any other matters, which is later on in the agenda.
It just seems late. We got the information after the last meeting we had last week. This is the first chance we have to actually see what revenue we have.
I have no control over when you receive the information, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, Lisa?
On this issue, I happened to see that select board meeting, and this budget is presented to us from the select board, and we are supposed to vet it. And as discussed at a prior meeting, we should have the revenue sheet. I believe you agreed to that. We didn't get it, but had we got it, we would have been able to address this issue before. I think this motion is paramount to discussing this budget. You have to know what your revenues are before you can start discussing all your expenses. So I would respectfully ask that you reconsider Dave's motion, because, again, we need to know what amount of money we're dealing with. So
Thank
could
you
you please reconsider?
Thank you for the comment. Yes, Mr. Hanson?
Perhaps we could do what Article 15, Item G, and do that one first, which may answer all of the above.
That has
Page
nothing to
one.
do, that has nothing to do with the
Article
budget.
15, General Fund Operating Budget. We're going to go to the first section of that, which is the town manager.
Well, I was going to say Section G of that, the treasurer collector, if there's a change in the revenue.
I actually appreciate where that's going, because the chairman of the Finance Committee could take anything out of order that he chooses.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Calter, would you like to present the town manager budget?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's on page 6 of your budget.
Got it. Thank you, sir. And through you to the members, I'm happy to take any questions you may have on the town manager's budget, but I would like to point out several changes to the year-over-year town manager's budget. It really is in 3 or 4 areas. First of all, there's a communications specialist in there. We've discussed this in the past. We did not take it up at the special in the fall. We were asked to put it off until the annual this spring. That communications coordinator, which is a request of the majority of the Board of Selectmen and put forth by Mr. Gito, is very similar to the communications coordinator employed by the school department with respect to being proactive with communication on all matters affecting our government, our municipal side of our government. The second major change you'll see is the internal auditing position has been moved from the accounting department to the manager's office. Again, that was a unanimous vote by the select board asking that move be made. The reason the move is being made is it's not an accounting role. It's an operational role where the internal auditor will go from department to department to lead initiatives that require administrative and operational expertise. By way of example, we are going online with a new billing system for water and sewer. We're moving to new management control systems on how we handle cash in town government, particularly where there's a lot of cash, like in Cedar Hill. We're doing we're reorganizing and rebranding and hiring an outside firm to do our billing and V&A to lower that structural deficit. Those efforts will be led by the internal auditor. Again, they're not, the job description is not accounting per se, it's more administrative and operations, and that's why the board felt that position should be moved over to the town manager's department. The third major initiative is in the area of professional development. We have beefed up the tuition reimbursement, in-service training for almost every department. That's been a key initiative now for a year and a half. We're seeing the fruits of that investment in professional development. People know their jobs better than they ever have before. They're committed to training. They're taking online training. They're taking face-to-face training. They're taking additional courses in their area of expertise and in their area of what their department assignment is. The last area that is new is consultants. What we found out the hard way this past year in the absence or the sudden retirement of Mr. Rowe is we weren't prepared to fill in that hole. That was at the end of the fiscal year. At the beginning of the fiscal year, we terminated an assessor who was here on her probationary period for a number of reasons. And we didn't have the capacity to fill that hole with the existing staff because they were all junior people and had to hire a consultant and put a senior member of our team in charge of that department. So the board is strongly recommending that we beef up that consulting role so as we face unforeseen challenges, we've got the capacity to fund consultants to fill that hole. Last point on that is we're trying very, very hard through our human resource department to keep our existing staff and train them up to do the jobs we need them to do at a very high level. That's very difficult to do when we pay at the lower than the mean average or median average of the industry, the municipal industry. So also in the expense line here, we've got increases for appraisals and for recruitment fees and the like. The industry, as the superintendent pointed out the other night, is changing dramatically. Good employees are gainfully employed and they're paid very well in the municipal space. Average employees are the ones advertising for the jobs and still wanted to be paid at the highest level. So we're in a very difficult recruitment process. So we either keep our people by paying them at market rates, or we lose them and end up paying 15 to 20% more. So those are the major changes you see in the manager's budget. I'd be happy through you, Mr. Chairman, to take any questions the committee may have.
Okay, well, I'm going to take questions first from the Finance Committee. Okay, any questions from the Finance Committee on the town manager's budget? Joel?
You have the communications coordinator. That's a new position, I think?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when we had the special town meeting, is that the one you were talking about, more like a public information officer?
Yes, sir.
Or, okay, and could you tell us what this person will be doing?
Sure. Every single day, things happen in the schools that their public information pushes out to their stakeholder group, which in most cases are parents. And the parents of school-aged children will tell you that they are very, very much informed of all things happening within the four walls of our school department. And that's because there is a public affairs or communications specialist whose full-time job it is to push that information out to their stakeholders. That's perhaps 2,000 stakeholders. We have another 28,000 citizens who don't have people in the school system. They have the same right to receive real-time information on things that change every single day. By way of example, Mark and I had a very full calendar at the beginning of the week. But due to the breaking news about the water situation that happened over a year ago and the immigrant challenges we're having, Channel 4, 5, and 10 were doing video stories in the office for most of the 8-hour day. I coordinated that. Mark and I took on the challenge. The rest of our calendar for that day got thrown away. That's just one interview. Then you got to reach out to the town after that and send them a summary of what's going on that they're going to hear on the news that evening. All town meeting members got an email from me that evening telling you, reposting a story from when the water situation happened. And that happens every day at a reactive level. This position is to be very proactive in terms of pushing out information on a daily basis, keeping our residents informed. We've heard from a number of groups that the town doesn't always know what's going on in town government, and that's interpreted as a lack of transparency. This select board has made it crystal clear that we have no secrets. We need to proactively communicate information to our residents every single day. And we do it with a part-time IT director, meaning her full-time job is IT. It's not website maintenance. So that's what a communication person will do every single day. It's no different than the role that Mr. Pickett has in the school department, and that he does very well, by the way.
Okay, will this position start July 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are very welcome. Mr. Anzavino, do you have a question?
I might have a couple. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just to expand on that, we have another department that has a communication specialist. Is that position disappearing?
You're referring to the library, I think?
No, I'm referring to the information systems where they have a communication specialist, part-time, but what's the difference between that position and your
Oh, you're talking about...
communications coordinator?
You're talking about the town crier. Is that what you're referring
Well,
to?
if that's all they do, sure, I don't know. I know it's a town employee under the IT that
It's a consultant as opposed to an employee who gets paid $7,500 a year, I believe. Maybe it's more, 12.5.
well, I mean, it's listed as under the salaries as a communication specialist. I'm just saying, is this something that this person would be taking over or no?
That wasn't the plan. There's a lot of discussion on whether the town crier should be modified to be a newsletter, exactly like the school weekly newsletter. So if the position is approved, we'll have ongoing discussions about what the best means of communication for the community might be. And so it may be a weekly newsletter, it may be continuation of the town crier. Frankly, I want to hear back from the citizens. Do they want to change the town crier? If we do a weekly newsletter, we will take that in-house. If we choose, based upon citizen feedback, to keep the town crier, then that role and responsibility will not be part of this person's job. But there's no sense figuring that out until we know if we have the position or not have the position. I think I included a job description in your package.
We did get one, I believe, yes. All right, I'll try and go quickly. I noticed under the assistant town manager, you took off the word stipend. Words mean a lot, so I'm asking what the purpose of that was, because it was a stipend to a person, and I just get concerned because it opens up for not being a stipend to somebody, it ends up opening it up as a position.
Sure. Assistant town manager is a position. The board wanted a full-time assistant town manager when they hired me. I didn't agree with that. As you know, I'm a fiscal conservative. I can do the work of the town with a part-time assistant town manager. Mark serves more than adequately, in fact, perfectly in that role. It's not that 20% of his time goes to being a town manager. It means that he has to work extra hours, like this evening. Tonight, he would not be here as the head of development and engineering. He's here as an assistant town manager. So he's only one person, so we can't say it's 1.2 or 1.3 or 1.5. He's one human being. So that's why we took it away from being a stipend. The stipend was for him as an interim town manager before I was hired. Once I came on board, I convinced the board we can do it without a full-time six-figure salary. We can do it with a person, as I have with assessing with Trish, as I have in other areas, using a person who's willing to put in the extra time to do the extra work and to get the job done. And that's what Mark ably does.
Because I did have that discussion with him when he was before us with his umbrella
I
about
saw
being
that,
0.8
yeah.
there and 0.2.
Yeah.
I know it's one person, but it gets to, he is doing supposedly 1.2 people.
Oh, more so than 1.2
Well,
people.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
we're only paying him for 1.2.
I'll concede that.
Thank you, John.
But that's, after what happened last year, I just wanted to clarify that, because it is, one person doing more than one person's work.
Jim, what happened last year? Did I miss that?
When it was presented to the Finance Committee and then the way it was presented to town meeting were not quite the same.
It was confusing. I acknowledge that.
Well, anyway.
I hope it's clarified now.
I guess I'll ask a general one, because it goes throughout. Anything that's over 2.5%, and I know some are 2.9, that's the general. Is it just expected that we'll have the revenue to cover all that? Since, I know, our revenue is tied down to the 2.5 plus the growth and so forth. And, I know there's a few that are under, but there's a lot that are over as well. So just in general, as far as anything that goes over the 2.5 or the 2.9.
Sure. Sure. That's a fair question, John. When we started deliberations in September on the FY25 budget, we did a calculation on revenue streams. And as you know, we brought in CLA in Bill's absence to foot those numbers for us to make sure they were valid. And they do it for 49 other communities. So they had a pretty good sense as to what to do and how to do it. Now, as you well know, revenues change daily based upon changing factors. What the revenues are today could change a week from now with one report from the government. By way of example, I spoke with the governor on Monday evening when I got home late at 9 o'clock, and the governor informed me that she's going to keep us whole on the room tax. The day before that, we thought we were going to be out $450,000. So she gave us the phone number for the Department of Revenue, who's got an account to pay us that deficit that we're going to be suffering. We didn't know that till then. It could change again next week. So we knew what number we were going to work for, and that's how we came up with 3.8% growth for the municipality and 3.8% growth for the schools. And we started down the road of preparing a detailed operating budget. As things changed, as we got closer to December, and we got the 15% growth and then the 7% growth, we had to figure out how to do it. And we had to make a number of changes. But where we're ending up now is we're both 3.8% plus the additional gift that the school department got in SOA money. They're at 7.1. And so revenues may change again. Once the cherry sheet is finalized, once House 2 comes out, once there is a consensus budget by the House and the Senate, I'll bet you that number changes 5 or 6 times. And if necessary, we'll go back and change. As you know, this year's budget didn't come out until August.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I just wanted the thought process, because, you see, most people just think of your 2.5. Now, I know we have the new growth and other issues, but...
John, our target goal, I'm sorry, Vaughn, through you, our target goal from the very beginning of the budget process was 3.8% for the schools, 3.8% for the town, and we worked toward that end. And just to clear something up, we were very aware of the resolution by the Select Board to put money aside, but when the 7.1% budget came out, we knew that was not possible at that time. I hope that clears some things up.
All right. Like I said, it's just a matter of trying to get
Thank you.
What your process was to go with those numbers. And this is another one that's general. I want to ask it as we start here. There's a grant allocation payroll, and it's in a number of budgets. There's nothing appropriated for it. So I'm just wondering what that is, because I'll get it answered once. I won't have to ask it every single budget.
Could you answer, if I may, Mr. Chairman, could you refer to the finance team?
Because I see it in so many. And there's nothing allocated, nothing voted, and it just shows up. And it's in many, many departments, and I just wanted to know where it was coming from.
No. Hi, good evening. Mary J. Martin, Internal Auditor. When we get grants and they have an administrative portion to it, we cross-charge back and credit departments within the municipal side for how much they've done for the grants. It's a spreadsheet that we have, so it's a credit back.
Okay, I was just wondering, because like I said, it's in a number of positions, and I was curious to know what it was from. And you explained that, and then only one other thing. You have item number 3, which was under your tuition reimbursement. Now, your notation says it's per the MOA, and it increased so much, to so much per employee. The number you gave is for 2 employees, correct?
That's correct.
Because it's in at 5,500, which
That's
is
correct.
twice. So, and that is just for the MOAs, right? So that was going to, thank you, Deanna. That was going to be the question, which MOA was it referring to, so.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to John, I want to also point out, that's incredibly underfunded. Did you say spare right there? Spare. That's the spare union. There's a lot more than 2 employees, but we took the historical history of those that took advantage of that MOA benefit.
Alleged.
Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was none, sometimes it was 4. We chose 2.
That's my question. So.
It's terribly underfunded. If everybody wants to go to school in the same year, it would be irresponsible to fund $2,700 for every union employee.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, but that's why. I knew it was only for
Sure.
2 people, and it said the MOA, obviously, it's
Yeah.
under your covered people, so.
At one point, we're promoting education and continuing professional development. On the other
Sure.
hand, we hope they don't all do it at the same time.
And my last one, I promise. You talked about how the auditor got moved into town manager. In the history, this gets bounced around so often, it's like a ping pong ball. Because when it came in, it was in a certain spot. Then it got moved, and one town manager felt, oh, that needs to be its own department. And the next year, it gets put into the accounting, which I agree, doesn't belong there. It should not be in the accountant, in my opinion, because you're supposed to be the auditor. You shouldn't be under there. So it's been a constant bouncing ball, and it just seems that whoever comes up in charge, it always seems to be figured to be better off somewhere else. But
Through you,
other than
Mr.
that, I think all my notations have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One
Thank you.
follow-up to that, John, if I may, is the board voted as a policy matter to put it in the manager's budget, so hopefully that ball will begin to stop bouncing for a few years
Well, it was there at one time,
unless that policy changes. Thank you, Vaughn.
but thank you.
Okay, Elliot, you have a question?
I do, through you, Mr. Chair, to the town manager. This in-service training and maximizing the potential, we'll say, of the town employees, I think it's a good idea. But several years ago, we had the Quinn bill, and the police officers could take a course and get a raise, take a course and get a raise, take a course and get a raise. Some of them courses were of dubious value or maybe no value at all. How is we going to ensure that the training and the accompanying raise, if there is one, is kept on the straight and narrow?
It's a great question, Elliot. Through you, Vaughn. Elliot, that is a pet peeve of mine. Just for the record, we still have the Quinn bill. But if you look at where a lot of the training goes, assessing, Treasury, Human Resources was heavily trained this year, spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, and some money on training. In the CBAs, we now require that it be consistent with the department in which they're stationed, they're working, the discipline that they're working on. There's no more reach out and create for a functional person in a functional position.
Basket weaving is out.
Basket weaving is out. But it's a great question. It's been a pet peeve of mine for a long time. We're now under agreement with almost all of our unions, and that requirement is in the CBAs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chet, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the town manager. I have 2 questions.
Hey, Chet.
Okay, this is to Mark.
Go ahead.
I know, I look funny, but you don't have to make fun of me. Okay, this contract for the, where did I just have it? For the contract for community service, or
The communications, yeah.
Yeah. Is that a contract, or is that going to be paid like per hour or per service?
That'll be it'll be a lump sum salary, not open to overtime, but it won't be a contract in this with respect to the term, the length of time. The employee will be an employee at will and will be paid a salary. I think I put it in the job description. I think it's $65,000.
So as far as the communication coordinator,
Yes, sir.
all right, we have the town crier, we have the website. I don't understand, how are you going to get the information out to other people? Without those two?
Sure. Well, we would still have those two. I know we'll have the website. This person will be responsible for the website. But the key is proactively. There is so much that happens around town on the government side of Stoughton, on the municipal side of Stoughton, that people don't know about. It's the responsibility of this person to push out that information every hour of every day. Just like Mr. Pickett in the school department pushes out information on curriculum, on sports events, on current events, on contracts that were signed by their teachers. Everything that happens, the public has a thirst to know, and they have a right to know.
Okay.
And the only way we can meet this transparency commitment is to have an intense communication system, not just part-time when we have time to do a post or time to do 3 TV interviews on Monday. We need information going out every day if we're going to have an informed community. As you'll note, our voting rolls, our voting participation is at an all-time low. And most studies suggest that that's a direct result of people feeling like they're not part of their government. That not being part of the government has a lot to do with proactive communication. And so our commitment is to communicate with 28,000 citizens, at least at the outstanding level that the schools can communicate with their 2,000 stakeholder groups.
Okay, can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Real quick. All right, Mr. Town Manager, Mr. Coulter. All right, so we have the website, okay? Who runs the website, and how much is their pay?
We don't have a person that's responsible for content on the website. What I've done is ask Tricia to do her 3rd or 4th job and to provide content whenever she gets a chance.
Okay.
And so she does an able job of that, mostly on nights and weekends, doesn't get paid a stipend for doing it, and does it to the best of her ability. But I would go back, Chet, to the participation in town.
Can I respond to that?
I'm sorry?
May I respond to that? Participation in town?
Sure.
Okay. People that want information will find the information. You can send all the information out you want. If nobody's interested in it, they're not going to look for it, or they don't care about it. So to pay this person $104,000 a year to give information that, I don't know what the cost is.
$65,000.
65, excuse me. I was looking at the wrong number. If people aren't interested in getting information, they'll get it. If they don't, they don't care. So when you talk about elections, stuff that, a lot of people don't care about the elections. They don't care because they think it's a done deal, or they can't get to the polling booths for some reason. So I just think that, personally, I don't think we need a communication coordinator. That's my opinion.
Well, I certainly respect your opinion. I really do. Through you, I'm sorry, Vaughn.
No.
But here's the problem. I hear from town meeting representatives weekly, no less than weekly, that they didn't know things, that they're not being kept informed. And I know that they care. So something's wrong.
I don't want to hold up too much, but I think you have to update your town meeting members' emails, because I haven't gotten anything, and I gave you the last.
I have in my wallet, yes.
But you didn't give it to her. No wonder I'm not getting any town meeting information. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Chet.
Thank you, Chet. Lisa, you have a question?
I think John was first. You were first. I saw you from my eye.
All right. Through you, Vaughn, to the town manager, Tom. Hello. I wanted to mention that one of the finance members had requested through Vaughn to ask you what the job description was for this particular job. And I guess I think the answer was something to the effect of the job isn't, it's not solid yet, so if it's not a job, how can we give a description? Do you have that yet? And is there a skill set yet or anything that you're looking for?
Yes, and as soon as we said that, we sat down and wrote the job description based upon Mr. Pickett's job description in the school system, and we forwarded that to the chairman.
Okay, so it's similar then? Is that what I'm to presume? I'm sorry.
Yes, very
Okay.
much so.
And the pay is similar, and
I
the
think he's-
responsibilities are similar?
Excuse me, Frank.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just trying to...
No, excuse me for interrupting you. No, it doesn't pay as much as the school position. If I recall, the school position is 85. We're starting this off at 65. But that job description should be in your packet.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it, I'm sorry about
We
that.
did send it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just remembered. Can I just ask you one more follow-up? What was the skill set that you were looking for? Or is that in the packet, so I'm being redundant?
It is in the package, but briefly, it's some communications background, some firsthand experience, or communication education, or any of the three. This is primarily an entry-level position, unlike Mr. Pickett, who's a very experienced and talented professional. This person will be learning the job on the job. And so it's not quite as, the requirements are not as strict as Mr. Pickett's, but over the course of the first year, our hope is if we hire the right person, the person will be as skilled as Mr. Pickett.
Okay, I just thought of one more, I promise, okay? How do you feel that that job takes over from what Mr. Pickett's doing or what the town crier's doing? What is the excess aspect that you feel that will encompass for this particular position?
It wouldn't take over Mr. Pickett's position.
No, I mean exceed. Like if this is Mr. Pickett and the town crier and everything, okay, what is this person going to do that's going to supersede or exceed that?
I don't think he or she will be doing much that supersedes what Mr. Pickett does. He, I believe, is the best of the best. But this person will have hour-to-hour supervision. I think Mr. Pickett is a pretty independent individual and a trained professional.
Okay.
Doesn't require much supervision.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jonna. Lisa, did you have a question then? Okay.
I think it would be more of a comment.
We're going to get through all the questions, and we're going to go back for the comments.
Well, it's also a question.
Okay.
Thank you. So to your point about being a fiscal conservative, I am as well, and I'm very concerned about the pressure that's on this budget and on free cash. So in the interest of being brief, I'm not in favor of adding this new position in light of the resources that we already have available to us. And this person would still need to go to all our department heads to get the information that they would need to push out. And we all, as town meeting reps, those of us who are, as well as on committees, have email addresses on file that we could help push out the information. So I just think it would be, I'm asking you, don't you think it would be wise, given the stress on the budget and our other issues, that we could hold off on this type of expense?
Very briefly, through you, Mr. Chairman, our budget's 3.8%. It's a very modest budget. We've got fewer FTEs, full-time employees, than we had the previous year.
Speak into the microphone.
Excuse me, Peter, thank you. Our budget is 3.8%. We've got fewer full-time employees next year than we have this year. We've made very difficult cuts and reductions and business adjustments that help lower our salaries and our expenses. They're mutually exclusive. On the one hand, we have to be fiscally responsible. On the other hand, I have an obligation to be responsive to citizens who say they need more information on a regular basis. I need to hear that. I need to respond to that. This is mine and the Select Board's recommendation for improving communication with our citizens group. And it's okay we can both be fiscal conservatives, but I have another obligation to communicate with the citizens who are thirsting for information. But I appreciate your point.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Lauren, did you have a question?
Hi. So just a quick question. In the high school, Mr. Pickett does all the schools or just the high school?
I believe it's all the schools.
Okay. So the most people that are responding or getting his information are on the internet?
I wouldn't know.
Because I'm thinking in the town, not just communicating via internet, or I'm thinking maybe mailings or phone calls. Like, how would you, with the communications person, be open to different communications so we can reach all of our residents?
Sure. I appreciate your point. Social media is a big part of modern-day communication. We would hire a person who is an expert in using social media effectively. So whether it be the town Facebook, whether it be my Facebook, this individual will be posting information, not opinions, but information every day, all day.
Okay, and from all the departments, anything that's going on. And what about our seniors who don't have internet access? Would there be potential texting?
It's a great question, Lauren. When we say proactively, I would expect that the information person is, whatever we call them, we've had a couple of titles for it, right, would be presenting at the COA to seniors. We'll be presenting to Exactly. We'll be presenting at forums at the library on a regular basis. The person is not going to let any grass grow under their feet. Whatever means of communication there is, this person will avail himself or herself of those platforms to make sure that we're getting information out. Thank you.
All right, Dave, do you have a question?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, through you, Vaughn. My questions are going to require the job description. I only have the one that was created on February 26th, and you were able to get it out to us the next day on the 27th. Is there a different version other than the February 26th job description?
Not that I've written, David.
That is the description that you were describing.
Yes, and it's very close, if not exact, to Mr. Pickett's job description.
Okay.
I use it as a template.
Okay, so I heard, and the only reference I have is as you hearken back to the fall town meeting. You described the petitioner and what their intent was, and overlap that with what your thought was in terms of what that position would be.
Right.
The two versions had some parts that overlapped that I thought were fine, but many of them I didn't. I had problems with certain aspects of what the petitioner wanted versus what you wanted, and I was in favor of the one that you described at that time. So then I thought, well, if the town manager puts it in his budget, he's going to have full control of the job description and the hiring and firing, and we don't have to worry about town meeting getting involved at all. And I thought it was a pretty safe position, because in my thinking is that if you could offload something that's very tedious to keep up with, so that you could do a better job at all the heavy lifting things that you do on a daily basis, I thought that would be a positive thing. The town's getting bigger, it's not getting smaller. The giant, issues of the day, the challenges are so big that I'd rather have you focused on the things that you do so well. So I thought this could be a really positive thing. So then when we get this job description, it calls back the things I had problems with in the fall town meeting. So I'm concerned that it's not really going to be your job description as you presented last fall, and instead it's going to have overlapping things that I didn't want in the job description. I don't know whether or not you could, and by the way, getting out of the way, I think you said at the open on this that they're not going to be overhauling the website. We're going to we're not trying to redo our website, right?
We spent $40,000 2 years ago on the website.
Right.
And Trish, in her part-time efforts, has endeavored to improve it every single day. Our issue is not necessarily the structure, it's the content. And to make the content hit the mark for our citizens, it's got to be updated every day, not during spare time. And Dave, just for the record, the job description is a general outline of what we would expect this professional to do. I'd be happy to take input from your citizens. So I'd be happy to take input from Finance Committee, from members of the community on how to refine it so it's meeting the stakeholders' needs.
Yeah, so my comment is, thank you, Mr. Coulter. I have a serious problem with this because at the fall town meeting, we heard about things in which the policies and strategies and vision of the town needed to be correct the mistakes that were out there in the marketplace of ideas, and that this person was going to correct the record and be the truth minister of the town, which I'm totally against.
Dave, I believe
And
the term...
That's my concern.
I'll bet you $100. The term youth truth minister did not come from this administration. It came from you.
No, it came from me.
It came from our board. It came fondly from our board.
And I'd be happy to replay it.
Thank you for that, Mr. Laurie. Do we have any other questions or comments from the committee? We have one follow-up. Elliot, you have one? Oh, John, did you have one?
Yes.
Mr. Coulter, right here, to your left. $65,000. I've known Mr. Pickett a very long time. He has a bachelor's degree. $85,000 is basically most people with bachelor's degrees currently and be employed at. How do you plan to attract somebody with a bachelor's degree for $65,000?
It'll be difficult.
And retain them.
It'll be very difficult. We typically start at an entry-level fee, entry-level salary. I come from that field, so I'll be providing real-time training, which allows us to hire an entry-level person like Mr. Pickett was at one time. He's earned his way up to $85,000. He didn't start at $85,000. So I'd be working closely with him, coaching, teaching, training, as I do with most of our department heads that are young and entry-level.
So by your own admission, eventually we'll have to give a raise for this person.
I'm sorry?
By your own admission, stating that Mr. Pickett started at a lower wage, eventually worked up to $85,000. Eventually, you're going to come back to this board and ask for some type of raise for this person, or is that...
Not in fiscal 25, I wouldn't be.
But eventually, we are going to have to give this person a raise.
Isn't that true of all employees?
True, but if we're going to create a new position, we have to start thinking about the eventuality of them going to be costing the town more money.
Like all employees.
Exactly, but we're adding a new employee. That's the thing. Currently, this person doesn't exist.
I appreciate that you and the other members of the committee look at every employee. We've got a net reduction in our total number of employees. So we're reduced in many places in order for us to add in places where we believe we're falling down. We have a net reduction. I don't want the committee to lose sight of that fact. The reason we did Regional 911 is because it was better technology and capital investments, but it was also 9 fewer employees. And so that became a very good strategic. That's what business, and this is a business, is about. You make investments in some places, but in order to do that, you got to make cuts in other places. That's how we got to a 3.8% budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, John. Any other questions, comments from the committee?
Yes.
Elliot, you had another question?
Will this and Mr. Pickett's be a union position, and what union would it be?
This would not be a union position.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up.
Lisa, did you have? Diane, you had a question? Diane, you can go next. We haven't heard from you yet.
It's early. Thank you for this. In all transparency, I do work for the school department. The communications person was a half-time position when we first hired it, was why we went through a few people. But I'm really concerned. I think it's nice. I think it's wonderful. I would love to see us use the town alert a little bit more. I know I've mentioned that to you before, Tom. I think I mentioned something about bills when they went out, the tax bills. We get them 2 at a time. A lot of people forget about that second one. I'm sure I could ask Mary Jane how many people forgot and ended up paying additional monies. But my main question is, At the school department, we have a communications program. Will you be looking for money to get that type of thing? Right now, we have something that actually sends texts, emails, and all kinds of things out to parents.
Thank you for your question, Diane. The only thing we're asking for on FY25 is for the individual, and he or she will absolutely be looking, as I said earlier, at every platform and every means of pushing out information. So I appreciate all the input. That's very helpful. And by the way, I've spoken to Mr. Pickett in the past, and I asked him if he would lend us some time when this person comes on board to give us some insight as to where he's getting the best return on investments that he has. So we'll look to him as a member of our community to give us that type of feedback. He's a proven professional.
Okay, just a little follow-up. So will you allow, if this passes, this communications person to use the alert?
Of course.
To text people? Because I
course.
think, as a few of my members mentioned,
Yes, ma'am.
there's a lot that don't go on the website, they don't have email addresses, but they all do have smartphones, so.
Absolutely. And the other piece of the alert is the content. What are we sending out?
Right.
And that's nobody right now, that's nobody's job. We're all doing our day job and trying to do that part-time. It's really, as I said earlier, it's not the platforms that's the problems, it's the content. Even on our website, Biz has been with us almost a month. I've spoken to her every single day about putting our financial data on our website, analytical data that compares us to other towns so that people, our citizens, know where we are. And I noticed that she's here at 7 o'clock every night, but hasn't got to it. So it's pretty tough to be upset with somebody who's here every night,
Right.
doing the job of finance, and also saying, but we got to communicate better to our community on the financial aspect. Lou's been asking for it, I believe, for a year, to be on the back page of the website. So content is our challenge, and this person, this professional will be working on content every day.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee on the town manager budget? John, you have another question or comment on this?
My final point, I lost my track when we were talking about the auditor. The point being, it has bounced around quite a bit, and I just want to make it known, last year, that position was put in for a 5.6% raise, but the individual actually got a 12.5% raise to get there. And I'll make the same comment I've made at other meetings. When you move someone from one department to another, the department they were in shows 100% reduction. And the department they go into never shows that it's 100% addition, and you really have to go back and forth between the various departments to find out, in this case, this was put in without anything under the change. This is another 10% increase based on what that person was at last year and what the position's going to this year. That's quite a bump going from 2 fiscal years to go up 22.5%.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, let me address that, and I think when I'm done, we'll get unanimous support for this. The town auditor didn't do town auditing much last year. The town auditor was in the position for 1 month after we hired an assistant accountant, and then Mr. Rowe left with 2 weeks' notice. And that town auditor worked 12 to 13 hours a day, 6 days a week, bailing this town out from not having someone like Mr. Rowe at the helm. So she's now going back into town auditing, but in a minute's notice can be called back to the finance department because of her experience and her willingness to do this. I hate to use names, but I compare our town auditor, Mary Jane, to Trish, a person who's able and willing to do many, many different roles on short notice and in response to crises, unforeseen situations. I think a person like that is deserving of the type of salary she gets. And as you look at the comps, you'll see that she's still one of the lowest paid town auditors in all of the comps. So we would have been lost without her. Mark and I used to say to each other every day, thank God Mary Jane's here. I wish I had 10 more employees like her. But I appreciate your point. I really do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the town manager budget, part of Article 15? Hearing none, any questions or comments from the public? Town Manager Budget, part of Article 15. Please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Cynthia Walsh.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Chair, that I don't step forward due to my disability. Will this individual answer phone calls if someone's heard some sort of rumor and they call? Will they be available for that?
Cynthia, I can't tell you how grateful I am for that question. I get, and I bet Mark gets the same, at least one call a day with information about the town, followed up by a complaint that why didn't I know this? So yes, this person will be tracking down information from every department head to get back to that individual with information. Not opinions, not policy, but the information that the individual is requesting. It's a great question.
Well, the reason I ask is, despite my disabilities, I do not sit at home in front of the TV. I'm out and about. And I attract Stoughton residents like moths to a flame. And they have something they've heard, usually some nightmarish scenario. And they figure I know what's up. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. If I don't, I tell them who to call at town hall to get the answer. It'd be nice that there'd be one person, I don't have to really think about it, just name that person. People are desperate for information, and so they tend to believe whatever they see on the internet. I mean, outrageous stuff. And it's every single day, and I have to say to someone, no. I'll either say, you need to call so-and-so, or I say, that absolutely did not happen. So it's not just town meeting representatives. People are scared about a lot of things. It seems to be a scary time to be alive. I'm 76, so I've been scared a few different times. I was one of those kids that had to hide under her desk because the atomic weapons were coming, and somehow being under my desk was going to save my life. Anything we can do to calm people so that they feel more safe and they feel more secure, and they're not listening to these outrageous tales they get from, well, so-and-so told me that so-and-so said. It just seems to be a scary time for a lot of folks nationwide. And whatever we can do to unscare the people of Stoughton is a positive thing.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Cynthia.
Mr. Ventresco, please identify yourself for the record.
Peter Ventresco, 587 Canton Street, Precinct 8. I think we're mixing apples and oranges when we compare the schools with the municipal. School, the mothers are more in tune to stay in touch with the school because they worry about their children. On the municipal side, most people don't even care what happens because that's evidence when there's an election, we have a very low turnout. Now, this particular job of truth and information, I'm not for it because we're going to be spending, I thought it was 70,000, now I'm hearing 65. But the time you put on the benefits and everything else, you're probably up to 80 and 90. And out of 28 or 30,000 people in Stoughton, there's going to be a low number of people that go on this site. And the people mostly that are going to go on the site is going to be like town meeting reps and stuff like that. But the majority of the people are not going to go on there, and they're still not going to know. Now, we can do this for a lot cheaper. You got Facebook, you got Stoughton Enthusiast, you got Stoughton News, you got the Stoughton Crier, you got the Suburban Shopper. Okay, so even if we spent $1,000 a month, that's $12,000 a year. That's a far cry from what the salary is going to cost. And the other way of getting it out there is all department heads can do a 15 or half-hour show and and go on all these sites and get it out there what they're doing and what they plan to do and what's coming up. And that saves us money too, and they can do that on Smack. I guess that's it.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Ventresco. Any other questions, comments from the public on the town manager? Yes, Cynthia?
This is just a general comment on how the hearings are conducted. I get leery when I see audience members getting too close to the petitioner. No one should get within 3 feet. It's intimidation. It can be considered assault. So no closer than that microphone. Granted, we don't have a huge crowd here tonight, but in a previous meeting, I felt that a petitioner was approached within inches, and as a woman, and she was a woman, and she was an older woman, that's scary, to come to a public meeting and to be approached by a member of the audience to that degree. So I just wish you would caution anyone who comes too close.
Thank you very much for that, Cynthia. There's a microphone right over there, so maybe if the public want to speak, maybe they can go over there. Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from the public? Article 15, Town Manager Budget. Oh, okay. Diane?
I'm sorry, and I meant to say this through you, Vaughn. I love the sign at the DPW. When are we going to get one out front? Yeah, you have no idea how many people go by every single day. I think that would be a huge.
Diane, I am in such agreement. This is the location it should be. As you know, we tried to get one passed in May of last year from a surplus from another department, and FinCom said no. We don't have the money in the operating budget to pay for that, and it's not just because I'm a fiscal conservative. There just wasn't the money to pay for it. And in terms of the capital budget, both Biz and I are very concerned about the amount of debt this town is incurring. So, and free cash has been already promised for other areas. So we will have surplus cash in turnbacks in May and June. We're going to once again bring the request for a electronic sign out front, and I'm just hoping the Finance Committee will consider approving that transfer from the operating budget. It's just that we can't put it in the operating budget.
Right.
There's just no room from surplus cash or free cash, we call it, at the end of the year, or from the surplus of the department, which we know we're going to have. We had 11 dispatches. Change them all over in August and then again in February. There's going to be plenty of money left over to do that if the FinCom will support it.
Will that be part of Mr. Tisdale's redoing of the, whatever it's called, parking?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Pretty soon, the public will be seeing some initial renderings of the town hall project, and we've actually built that as a focal point to the front area. So we're building that in right into the design, planning for it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll make sure we have that when we make the request, the picture.
Any other questions, comments from the public on this? No? Any other questions, comments from the committee on this? No? Okay. Chet, did you have something or no? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. In that case, we're going to move to the next item on here, which is Human Resources.
Page 13.
Page 13. Thank you very much, Mr. Coulter.
Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Just a couple of highlights before, and we've asked Deanna to join us. She's got all the detailed information about the department. I just want to remind the Finance Committee, just not so many years ago, there were 3 people in an office, human resource office, serving 900 to 1,000 employees. Over the past several years, we've got a 2-person office serving almost 1,300 employees, and that information is in your handout. I also want to point out that the individual, which I know will be the source of many questions, this salary increase Mark and I are proposing is about 20 years overdue. Her 35th anniversary with the town is today. 35 years with the town of Stoughton. But yet, when you look at the comps, of what this individual, who's a professional running our human resource department for us and for the schools up until this year, she is very last on that list. Even if town meeting supports this substantial increase, she will still be last, even if town meeting approves this increase. And the last thing I'll say is if you look at an internal comp, as you know, the schools organized a human resource department that you reviewed in their budget the other night, a 3-person department. The person hired to do this job that Deanna is doing in Town Hall, even though we're doing much work, is $38,000 more than she will make if this raise is approved. So this is one of those moments where I ask my staff to just drop the mic. This has been an unjust treatment of an employee because that employee never threatened to leave or sought another competing job offer. We've had to match 4 job offers in this past year. This individual doesn't do that. She's committed and loyal, 35 years today. But I'd be remiss to not adjust, at least begin to adjust the salary, which still keeps her at the bottom of the list of all the comps we provided you. So those are the 2 key points I would like to make. The second point, you're going to see a request for a new addition to the staff to do 100% exclusively school business. I've told the superintendent that if the schools with their new 3-person staff will take on these responsibilities, we'll train that staff and we'll withdraw the ask for this new position. Deanna and Tracy's the other person that's receiving somewhat of a modest raise, will continue to do the work they're doing for the municipality as long as the schools take over, now that with their new staff, take over the responsibilities for the schools, and we won't have to hire this new person, therefore reducing the budget by between salary and benefits over $75,000. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
We'll take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the committee on human resources? Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Vaughn. I just want to make sure I'm reading this. There's, one of the new hires was a wellness coordinator, correct?
That's correct.
That's through you, Vaughn. Thank you.
Not paid through human resources, however.
That's not in this budget.
Oh, okay. So I did get a little bit confused
Paid
about that.
half-time through police and half-time through fire. However, he reports into human resources.
Okay. Okay, so it's a structural, you got it all worked out
Yes, sir.
structurally. Okay, that's fine.
Is that your question?
No,
I'm just asking. You mean?
I'll let you, I'll say thank you when I'm done. I'll let you know. I did a lot of research on this. My son actually studied at William James, and William James has a lot of scholars around this, and I'm actually waiting for a return call from somebody who specializes in the field. And we tried to pull up a lot of information on the internet. There's not a lot of stuff out there. There's actually very few cities and towns that have endeavored to try to solve for this, and it's a big problem. It is a serious problem. And it's one of those things where, if only the community...
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the wellness?
The wellness.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, for
Thank you.
police and fire, public safety,
Dave,
wellness.
let me just interrupt you.
Yeah.
It's already been established that's not in this budget, though.
I thought it was available to discuss now. You're saying it isn't. They report
It's police and fire department.
but they show up under
Not here.
HR. Look, I tried to qualify that before I started, and it sounded to me like this was the time to bring it up. So, okay.
The position's not in this budget. The position you're talking about is half fire, half police.
So, well, that's why I thought it was listed here. It says
Mr. Coulter, maybe you could help
It's not
out.
listed here.
Mr. Coulter,
The new position is clerical.
could you please clarify where this is in the budget?
Yes, sir. Half the person's salary and benefits are in the fire department operating budget, and half is in the police operating budget.
All right.
However, we have the person reporting in from management to
I
the
will,
HR
I will,
department.
to make sure this flows.
Thank you very much for
Everyone
that.
wants, we'll let it.
Okay, so we'll hold that for, okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the human resources budget?
Yeah.
Mr. Anzavino?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, the office assistant, that will be a union position? It's a non-union position, or?
That is a union position.
Union.
Pardon me, John, it's a non-union position because of the confidentiality of HR.
Well, that's,
Thank you, John.
that was going to be my next point. But,
Pardon, I misspoke.
by the way, congratulations on 35 years, or condolences, whichever it may be.
It's both Deanna and Reggie started the same day.
I am aware of that. I understand your positioning for the raises for the two of them, and I know they do a lot of work and so forth. And this is where, when you talk comps and everything, and this is why it's, in order to compare apples to apples, you have to know what you're comparing. Now, I know last year you were asked about any training, and you had said you'd really like to, there's just not a lot of time. But I do know you came back to the Finance Committee for yourself and your assistant, and money was given so you could take courses. Now, I know on one of these, it mentioned certification. It didn't for you, which kind of surprised me, but not really. Was there certifications acquired through those online courses? And I know you almost hit a mark.
It was a certification course that we both took last May, and Tracy, after probably 120 hours of studying, took the test in December, and she was certified, SHRM certified.
Okay. Now, and are you certified with that? Or?
No, I am not.
All right. And that just goes back to your, and I understand she's been doing it for a long time, but that's why when you compare, when you're comparing apples to apples, you also have to see, and I know experience is a lot. And when it comes to HR, there's a lot more to it than, and you know as well as any. There are many laws that you have to follow and so forth, and I'm sure over the years she's had to go through that. But that's where I'll say me, I won't say we. That's where I look, when you talk comparables, it's hard to say, well, that's what this one's getting, this one's getting, when you don't have all the facts, background, training, certifications, degrees, whatever. HR is a whole specialist going for degrees and everything. It's a special field. And that's why, and I'm not taking anything away from the work they've done down in that office. I'm just saying, that's why I get leery with comps, because you really, without having everything, it's hard to say, yes, it is a comparable position. But anyways, I still say congratulations on your 35 years.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you in response to John,
Sure.
In every posting you see in 2024, it asks for either education or experience. It used to ask for both. But we've had the longest running period of unemployment at or below 4%. So those standards have actually changed dramatically. And one anecdotal piece of evidence in terms of this person's value, we would not be under agreement with all of our unions right now if they didn't have a long-term trusting relationship with Deanna. She has been keenly and deeply involved with every one of the negotiations. And it's not my negotiating skill, and it's not Kate Federer's legal skill. It's their trust and relationship with Deanna that gets us to yes. And that's worth, to me, so much more than a degree. But I do appreciate your comment.
Well, that's why I say, there's a lot to be said for experience, not just for the book smarts. But that's why I asked if she had achieved the certification, because it was mentioned for the assistant, and it wasn't mentioned for her, and I just Just checking, that's all. I knew they took the course.
Mr. Tisdale, did you have something on this?
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to give the committee like a perspective from the department head level. I really truly mean this with the Human Resources Department. Since I've come here, we've had human resource people that had all the certifications and credentials. And I think I won't mention names, but anyways, and it was a very unconfidential atmosphere. Nobody would go down there and speak to them. Since then, we've had somebody in charge that you go down there, you have a very professional atmosphere. They know the answer to every question, and the ones they don't, they know who to reach out to. And there's an atmosphere at that office where, you know what, you're having a stressful day, you just want to walk down there, and you get this calming effect. I don't even know how to explain it. You just get this calming effect of the atmosphere of the office. There's food everywhere. There's coffee. They're good people to talk to. And they use their professional human resource skills in a friendly, personal manner. And it's just a great atmosphere. I know you can't roll that into, what their salaries are, but there's something to that. Because I was here when that atmosphere was not down there. And it's not a good perspective to have when you're a department head, you're an employee. You want to go down there and speak to human resources. And when you tell human resources something, it's not going to be talked about 5 minutes later to 10 other employees. So I truly respect that. So.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments from the committee on human resources, part of Article 15, the general fund?
Yeah, Vaughn, if I could just...
Yes, Dave.
If that's all right through you. I just want to see if it's reasonable to have Deanna come back when the police budget comes up. I don't need her for the whole night, but I would think that if I had questions about the new position, that the head of that department would be available, unless this person is actually coming to the meeting itself. I don't know, but I think that Deanna would be appropriate.
That's fine. Mr. Coulter, did you want to? I thought you were going to answer this.
I would always ask Deanna to join us for all these meetings. There's a human resource component to almost everything we do, but if she can't make it, I think I can speak in great detail. I created the position based upon my son's profession with Boston EMS in this role. And so I'd be happy to show you the data and the studies and the information behind our decision to do this.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee on HR, human resources? Any other questions or comments from the public on human resources? Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, I was a bad girl. I forgot to do that. Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street. When I retired from the school department 25 years ago, Ms. Chasko was the person to speak to. I believe you were in the collector's office at that time. Yeah. She's been doing this work, I can attest to, for 25 years, no matter what you called her, and gave me advice on medical issues. The school department was absolutely no help. I'm glad they've got some people now. But she was the go-to person for the insurance and the health insurance and the life insurance. And she was the go-to person when my sister died to handle the insurance she got through her job. And you can't, someone talked about the atmosphere. You need compassion when you're going in to claim your dead sister's insurance. It isn't even worth the money to go down, except the other people were going to get it, so I had to be the point person in my family. We need someone who is compassionate and knowledgeable. Thank you.
All right, any other? Trish, do you have something on this? Oh, yes, please identify yourself for the record, too.
Hi, I'm Trish Shropshire. I'm the IT director here. In the back car, no, I just wanted to say that I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think it's respectful to pick one person out about their credentials. And I think you should do it for every department head if you're going to do that. And I feel like every year it's the women that get attacked. So I'm just giving you my opinion.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have, Mr. Carrara, could you please identify yourself for the record? Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Town manager. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to intimidate you. Scott Carrara, Precinct 2, Town Meeting Rep. Where's it? No, I got this one here. What's that? I also hold the esteemed position of being selectman, thanks to the residents. We got a list of raises, which I'm sure you've seen in this budget. I've only been a fan of 3 of them. And the first one I'm a fan of is for this woman right here. Why? I didn't know she was still doing the schools payroll. I thought we had fixed that. But I'll tell you something. Tom did comps. I'm not a big fan. If somebody wants a raise, you go see your town manager. But that's all right. This girl would have came in every day for the rest of her time till she retired. She would have never asked for a dime until somebody recognized the fact that she is underpaid for what she's doing. So that's why I backed it. I backed her raise because she deserves it. She's proven it. Certifications, yeah, but it's what she does for the town, coming in every day and never asking for anything. Never. She would have just went to her retirement with whatever the 2.5 or 2.9 was. This is justified. There's 2 others that I backed. I'll speak on them when they come up. But this one here, it's a slam. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on human resources? Hearing none, we'll go to the next item, procurement. Mr. Gito, tremendously sorry. Please identify yourself for the record.
Lou Gito, Precinct 4. There we go. We have actual information on the job descriptions for every person in town. We've been looking for that. Let's see now, I've been on the Board of Selectmen for on and off since 1975. This is the first year that that's happened. I think at least a good part of that is because of the work that that this department has done, and this person. So I'm when I call to get information, I get real information, and I don't get sugarcoating. I don't get a lot of stuff that goes around it. I get answers. That's kind of important to me. I'm sort of a data geek, and I think probably everybody knows it. And I think she's worth every penny that she's hopefully going to get, and more.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gito. Any other questions, comments from the public on the human resources budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda. Thank you very much, Deanna.
Thank you for the kind words. Thank you.
Next item here we have procurement.
Page 14.
Page 14, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief overview of what's happening in procurement. We've got the procurement leader here to answer your detailed questions. I just want to make a comment about the strategic direction of procurement. Let me define the difference, subtle yet difference, between procurement and purchasing. Procurement is a function whereby the state tells us how you will buy. And they do it in a very detailed certification process, which Fran is an expert in. And I can tell you, since I've been here, we haven't had a single hiccup in how we've purchased anything. We're as clean can be. The state has a state bid list that procurement officers typically buy off of. And the reason they have the state bid list is because not all towns can afford a procurement officer. So if you buy off the state bid list, you can feel comfortable knowing that that company is approved by the state. But in towns like ours, where we have the privilege of having an experienced, intelligent, aggressive procurement officer, we don't need to bid or we don't need to price off the state bid list. We had this position in Fran's budget a year ago. It was underfunded. We couldn't hire anybody. We tried, we couldn't. We finally found somebody at a training program with purchasing experience. In the last 30 days, since we've changed this strategy, 45 days perhaps, we've saved over $100,000 by coming off the state bid list, by not using the state bid list. I want to give you two examples, and then we'll take questions for Fran. The first one was the painting of these hallways. On the bid list, on the two stairwells, we got a price of $41,000. Fran put it out to bid in the private sector, and we signed up the contractor for $13,500. Second of all, at DPW, we had the old recycling truck that we had refitted with a hook, a lift on it. Went out to the same company we've gone out to for a decade or more, and it was $101,000. We went off the bid list, put it out to private sector. We got two quotes within $400 or $4,000 of each other, $400 of each other, for under $50,000, and we hired them. And as Paul Jaffoon likes to tell the story, the guy came in and he says, "Why didn't you hire us? You're $50,000 too high." We went on, we did it privately. He said, "Yeah, but you've always gone with us." We can give you other examples of 5 vehicles we're buying that were a 6-month wait, and we saved $20,000 between the 5 vehicles and drove off the lot with them. No 6-month wait. So Fran is transitioning her department from purely procurement to procurement and strategic purchasing. And man, it's working. I expect we're going to save 5 times the person's salary and benefits in one fiscal year. We saved $100,000 in the first month. So with that, we can turn the questions over and Fran can answer anything.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on procurement department, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Okay. Chet, you have a question or comment?
To you, Mr. Moderator, to Fran, obviously we can't buy police vehicles off contract, right? Bidding contract, not bidding contract, but the state procurement. Police cars?
I've never gone out to bid for a police cruiser. We do use a collaborative bidding process.
That's what I mean, because of the lights and all that stuff. So I'm just curious.
It's unique. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? Procurement, Joel.
First of all, I think we need to congratulate Fran on becoming a grandmother for the second time.
Baby girl, thank you.
And my question is actually for Mr. Coulter. Will the procurement department be working with the school department on anything, like, for example, the new elementary school that's being proposed, or is that entirely in the hands of the school department?
Fran, I'm going to ask her for a question myself, but Fran is very involved in the procurement on all contractors that are bidding to build the new school. She's been involved on the procurement side. Now, on the purchasing side, it is highly regulated by the state.
No, I understand the difference between the two, yeah.
So you can't go back and negotiate.
No, I was talking about, like if they go for a construction manager or something. So Fran will be handling that, or the procurement department will? Is that your understanding, Mr. Coulter?
Right now, they're in the feasibility study and schematic design, and I am not, I was involved in the procurement I helped out with the superintendent, but I was not on the committee.
I know, that's why I asked the question to Mr. Coulter.
I believe that I will be on the committee for the next phase if it moves forward.
Let me answer that. Now I know where you're going. This strategic purchasing approach we have should be used town-wide. All we can do is invite the schools to our purchasing and purchasing strategy and team. We could save millions of dollars if we did this for the town and the school, and we'd love to do that. But I don't run the schools.
No, I understand that, and on the high school project, the procurement department actually handled the procurement for the OPM contract, dealt with the architect's contract and the construction manager's contract. All the purchasing for furniture, fixtures, and equipment was done by the school department, which was a perfect split between the two, and I was just hoping that we were going to go the same way again because we have an experienced procurement officer who's done this before.
We would love that. It would save the town an incredible amount of money. If you look at our top 10 vendors, top 50 vendors, and that's the strategy here, to look at our top 50 vendors and save 5%, that's almost $2 million.
No, okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
We called WB Mason in here a month and a half ago. We're one of their biggest customers. And we asked to sit down and reprice everything we have while we were moving on. They couldn't wait to write us a new proposal. But municipalities, in some cases, just don't ask. Fran does.
All right, thank you. You're very welcome. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Lisa, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, I know you said you knew what the difference was between the procurement and the purchasing, but for those in the watching, could, through you, Vaughn, somebody just briefly explain?
Vaughn? Procurement is a regulatory-driven process. The state, Fran and I both went to school for this. She went on and got her advanced degree in it. It's more about how you buy. What are the legal four corners of how a public sector municipality buys goods and services? Purchasing is purely about strategic pricing. And as a one-person staff, Fran focused on procurement pretty much because that's what gets you in trouble and on the front page news if you do it wrong. With her having a staff person to do purchasing now, we focus on both. Do it right and do it cheap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the committee on procurement, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public on the procurement department budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Fran, and congratulations again. Next item, we have centralized purchasing.
Page 10.
Page 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I won't give an overview of this. It's pretty straightforward, and it's fairly consistent with the previous year, with the exception of a few items that did go up fairly significantly purely because of inflation. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this one.
Okay, any questions or comments from the committee? Centralized purchasing, part of Article 15. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public for centralized purchasing budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Coulter, for that excellent description. Next item, we're going to go to the assessor budget, part of Article 15.
Trish, page 11.
Mr. Chairman, while Trish is coming to the table, I just want to point out that in January of last year, I terminated the newly hired assessor while she was on the probationary period. It was clear that it was a bad hire. And we were stuck then without an assessor. And the staff was either retiring or very junior. And the week earlier, they had just sent out tax bills to the wrong addresses for the wrong year. So I asked Trish, as a member of my senior staff, if she would take over the assessing department. And within a month, she took level 1 in purchasing and understood at least what we needed to get done real time. She and her entire staff now, who have all been there for less than a year, are now taking level 2, I think the end of this month. This month, yes, which is one step away from a certified assessor. Just in time to move her out, and our plan is to hire a full-time certified assessor, and we've budgeted that for the following year. And Trish will go back to running IT, loading our website, and cleaning up the building when it gets flooded, which she was the project manager for. So that's the assessing. I'm sure Trish would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the committee on the assessor budget? Part of Article 15.
If I could,
Anzavino.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's actually for Mr. Coulter. Where are you in the process of trying to hire another assessor?
John, timely question. It was posted last week.
It was posted last week?
Yes, and we've posted it what we hope is a competitive salary. As of this morning, Dee can respond to this. I don't think we've got any applicants or any interest yet.
All right, so it was recently posted, though?
About a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We figured, John, by the time we got applicants and did the interviews and they gave their notice, would be into May and June, and would be able to fund it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee on the assessor budget, part of Article 15? Dave, you have a question?
Yeah, to you, Vaughn. Thank you very much. Thank you, Trish. Thank you so much for all that you do for the town. I know you do a lot. And I think based on the complexity of, where you need a utility player that can be plugged in, for unforeseen things. So it makes it very hard because in the budget, everything's very structured and in boxes and everything's neatly laid out, but it's not so neat, So if you have an assessor and you haven't had an assessor, but we're looking at a line item for an assessor, is that all turn back money, or is some of it get carved out as a stipend back to the person who otherwise would be paid in IT? Or is it the other way around?
Pardon me, Dave, I'm sorry. And through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We use the assessor's line item for 2 consultants and for Trish's stipend for managing the department full-time. So all the money was used in the category. That's why we have to wait to hire in May and June when we can transfer funds from other departments. We use the money in a very inefficient way on consultants and, frankly, to ask a retiree to come back at almost double her rate for a day a week, double her rate from when she had been an employee.
I guess my only question through you, Vaughn, to Trish is, which is more exciting, the assessor work or the IT work? Where do you see your career?
I don't want to be an assessor, but I kind of like filling whatever need we have going on. So I felt like I love change, and it was a crisis. So I feel privileged that I had the opportunity to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think a lot of people here help out. I'm good.
Well, thank you. You do terrific.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is a related issue that's going to come up in other sections, but this would be a good time to answer it. Trish will be moving out of assessing, but for the first 6 months, she will be supervising the assessor, and then the assessor will move over to Biz. Excuse me, the nickname. Elizabeth is managing assessing, treasury, and accounting, so that we can fully integrate it, not have things continue to fall through the cracks. Later on in our presentation, you'll see where we're using this member of my senior staff to be deployed next. She's not going to be just doing IT or uploading the website. We were able to reduce a $80,000 salary to a $15,000 stipend, and she's agreed to take that on that role for fiscal 25.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it very much.
All right. Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the assessor budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Questions or comments from the public on the assessor budget, Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Trish. Have a wonderful evening. Yes, you will. Next item, Town Clerk.
Page 16.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recuse myself from this conversation.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, while Stephanie makes her way to the microphone, I guess there were questions in the last meeting when the town clerk was not before us on the changes we made within the clerk's office, and I understand Mr. Tisdale presented the MOU to you, which was the agreement between the clerk and the assistant town manager for making changes. We learned throughout the painful year of presenting licenses to the board for them to sign that all of the people in town, the professionals that needed to sign off, were in the development department. So we made a decision under the authority granted by our charter to transfer an individual whose full-time job was licensing into Mark's division. The opportunity was presented to the clerk. The clerk fully supported it. The employee fully supported it, and we haven't had a hiccup since. Mark is known to be a very effective manager, and that individual appreciates and needs that level of management. That responsibility went with that person. And so Mark, I think, gave you an MOU on that. That was the agreement between the clerk and and Mark's department at that time. But with that, you may have some questions for Stephanie that I'm sure she'll be happy to answer.
Okay, any questions or comments from the committee on the town clerk budget, part of Article 15? Okay, hearing none. Questions? Oh, Mr. Anzavino, you have a question?
Of course. Yes, the way it was explained to us during the other hearing was that the position that moved was considered like half-time on the licensing and half-time on other duties. And just thinking back to last year when we put a fourth full-time person in there, and the department is now cut back with the half-time again. And so the explanation, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding it, was that when the full-time person went upstairs, that left a void down in the clerk's office. But by moving that position, the half-time position, back down there, that would cover the time frame and the duties of what that individual was doing. And I mean, I know, the Finance Committee felt the fourth full-time person was justified. And my only question now is, when you look at, in totality, the veterans agent that was hired is only part-time. And state statute says if you only have a part-time veteran service officer, it's the town clerk who is supposed to be handling things that may come up in the other half-time. It's section 150. It's section 3 of chapter 115. So my question is, if there were additional duties put into that clerk's office by hiring a part-time VSO, is the staff there to do that extra work?
Absolutely, John. I don't know. I'm very aware of the statute, and so is Attorney Winter. We don't quite agree with the interpretation on that statute. Mr. Winter has written to the Attorney General's office and the Department of Veterans Services to express our position on that issue. And they've responded back to us that they agree with our position. Not in writing yet. We're expecting that in writing. So our veterans, and we'll get to veterans so we can explain that then. Sure. We can either use the part-time person, and if it was full-time, the person would be bored all day. He only signs off on the disbursements, not the service, but the disbursements. Only a veteran can do that. And when myself and Mr. Winter made that argument to the Veterans Services, they said nobody else has made that argument, but they see the validity in that argument. So we're waiting to hear back from them. There's no need to tap into the resources of the clerk's office for that support yet. On the other hand, I think the clerk would tell you that at one time before the Finance Committee approved that full-time position, the individual doing licensing had to spend a fair amount of time at the window and doing other services. Once that full-time person, as you recall, who was not budgeted, it was the FinCom that approved it, once that person was hired, Kelly did, excuse me, I shouldn't use the name, the individual wasn't required to do more work at the counter. Her licensing challenge, her licensing responsibility became her full-time responsibility. So with the individual and the responsibilities moving over to Mark's department, and Mark transferring a part-time person over to the clerk's department, the reality is the department's up a half-time person, not down a full-time person. And it's working, I think both Mark and the clerk would say, seamlessly, a heck of a lot more efficiently than it had to work with me. They're doing a great job.
But that position hasn't been filled yet, right? The part-time in the clerk, has that been filled? I know it was advertised very recently.
The part-time person was in Mark's budget. It moved over to the clerk's budget, and she was hired last Tuesday.
Okay, well, that's right. I knew that I saw the ad recently for the part-time, but so that part-time has been hired.
If I could just clarify that a little bit. So the positions proposed to be moved over and the funding for FY25. Right now, the position got hired. It's being funded out of that part-time position in engineering right now. It's a clerk administrative position, which is you can fund it out of certain departments because they're considered like floaters. You couldn't fund like a town engineer out of a clerk's office. That wouldn't pass the test. You know what I mean? So maybe, I don't know. What, you want to fund?
Thank you.
You want to fund the 0.2 of me out of your department?
Lisa, do you have a question on that?
I thank you very much for the responses.
John.
And I know where you're headed with your full-time person that's in that office can certainly take that.
Yeah.
But it was just the way it's written.
I
That's
hear
why I asked the question.
And I'd be happy to keep you posted on the deliberation with the state.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to ask, is the senior clerk 2 salary differences going from just base rounding 48,000 to over the 104? That's adding a person? Is that related to this whole discussion? And could you help clarify just that increase in the positions of what they're actually doing? I went to the town clerk's office. I saw a new face there. I didn't even know.
It's 2 people.
It's 2 people.
Yes, I saw that it was 2 people. I'm just trying to see in terms of the actual personnel, how that relates to what we just heard.
So, I think I can make it simple for you. So in this budget, if you look at the bottom line that's bold on the salaries, and you look near FY24 approved town meeting, there's FTEs there. It says 4.0. And then you go over to FY25 select board, it's at 3.55. So that's essentially a half a person difference. That delta of a half a person is that position we were just talking about. A full-time position got moved out, a half-time position got moved in.
Oh, no, you all explained that very well a few minutes ago. I'm just looking for that salary line for the current that we're in now at the rounded, what is it, 48,000, and then in fiscal year 25, if I'm reading it right, over 104,000, which I do see that that's 2 employees. So 2 employees now just called the senior clerk 2, and we only had 1 before? Is that what I'm to assume? I don't want to assume.
Okay. We had a program administrator that got moved to engineering. I now have 2 senior clerks. However, 2 senior clerks are on different steps. And then when their contracts get settled, you have to put their percentage in there. So that's why it looks like, they're making more money than me.
No, you explained it perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the town clerk's budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Okay, any questions or comments from?
There was one new line in there. It's only $3,000, but it's the salaries clerical.
Mr. Anzamino, my senior clerk, I'll put it like that, she's the moderator's secretary. So that was that was in the moderator's line, and then
right, so
Mr.
that-
Rowe moved it into my budget so I would be able to pay her
Well, that's
accordingly.
paying the moderator secretary.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions, comments from the committee? Town clerk budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Mr. Mullen, please identify yourself for the record. There's a microphone over there.
Is there a mic behind me?
I guess there's another one on the way.
I'll use this one. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob Mullen. They don't want me to speak, I understand. I didn't know how to turn that on, Chris. Sorry. Bob Mullen, town moderator. I just want to, I didn't want the town clerk's budget to go by without town moderator coming up and tell everybody that all the work that the town clerk's office, Stephanie Crowder and her staff does to set up town meeting, a lot of paperwork behind the scenes and dates and times. Everything has to be just perfect. You don't know this, but there's a special permit just to schedule the town meeting at the school locations. You have to put in a special permit with dates and times, and everything has to be just right. Otherwise, it doesn't go off without a hitch. And I think the last couple of years, even for a long time since I've been moderator, town meeting, no matter if we're at the high school or we had to be at the middle school, behind the scenes, it's a lot of work involved, and a lot of it's because of the town clerk and her staff. But it goes off. You might not like the seating sometimes in the middle school. Everybody complained about the seats, but we try to accommodate everybody that we could. And everything works pretty well. Everything goes off without a hitch, I believe, in my opinion, anyways. So, and this year I got to thank Mark Tisdale, since he's sitting at the table, for working on the warrant. And but back to the town clerk's office, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. And her Samantha Rigo is the I don't want to name names, but it's important. My secretary for administrative assistant, do all the minutes and everything. It's a real important job because, you know, bond counsel needs documentation down the line. If we don't have that information, you're not going to get the bonding correct. You won't get the funds. So I just want to say kudos to the town clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Moderator. Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Chair of Municipal Operations Committee. I want to back up what the moderator said. In the past, I had to take the minutes and chair the meeting, and there were a couple of emergencies with bond counsel where the president town clerk had to drive her car down to my yard so I could sign some paperwork, and she could take some of my notes to photocopy. It's much more professional now. Also, I don't have a smartphone and I don't have a computer. So when I want information, I call the clerk's office. So I could say I either use the clerk's office or abuse the clerk's office, because I call just about every day, and invariably I get the information, and everyone is extremely pleasant. They don't say, "It's on the website."
Well, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on the town clerk budget? Hearing.
Mr. Inoki, and if I can just say thank you for the kind comments, and if I could just touch on two things that was said previously, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Collins. If you have a new web email, just call us and we'll update the town meeting member list. And I do want to give kudos to Trish Shropshire, because she is on us about our web pages, and which makes me on my staff. And we always try to update it. We give it as much information as possible. If you go on our web page, for example, town meeting reps, boards and commissions as updated as we can have it. Also, our phone listing for the town hall, police and fire is all on there. Trish is very, very adamant about us having our webpage up to date, and she does that with all department heads. So I just want you to all know that it's very important, and we do update it. And to be honest with you, people call us and ask us the questions that are on our webpage. They don't bother to look, but everything's up there. Just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mrs. Carrara. Have a wonderful evening. Next item on the agenda, Town Treasurer Collector.
That's on page 12.
Page 12, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, before you begin the line of questioning, I just want to thank Paula as well. She was down one staff person for almost the entire year, and over a year, and we couldn't replace the staff person because she had been a 35-year employee, or maybe even longer, and she used all of her earned time for that period that she was retired, so we didn't have a spot in the budget to replace her. So she and her staff worked every night, in most cases without any overtime, to get the work done, and it's only now we're posting for the position and filling the position in the budget. So I just want to thank Paula and congratulate her for her work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on the Town Treasurer Collector budget? Okay, any questions or comments from the public on the Town Treasurer Collector budget, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paula Newt. Next item on the agenda, Historical Commission.
Sorry to put you through such a hard night.
Historical Commission, does we have a page number on that? 46. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the committee on the Historical Commission budget, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Okay, any questions or comments from the public on the Historical Commission, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have the Select Board budget.
Page 5.
Page 5, thank you for that.
Do this a second, please. Do you have your page 5? At this stage of the night, they get out of order.
All right, Select Board budget. If you look at the total budget, nothing has changed since last year. It's a 0% increase. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the committee on the Select Board budget, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public on the Select Board budget, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have Information Systems.
Page 15.
Page 15, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you've heard all about Trish, so I'll turn it right over to Trish for questioning.
Any questions or comments from the committee on the Information Systems budget, part of Article 15 General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Any
Just one quick.
Yes, Mr. Anzavino.
Just obviously you have a big jump here, and I'm just wondering, you may have mentioned it earlier, but you indicated there were some increased duties assigned to the director now. So could you just expand on that, please?
Thank you, John. I wish I had said that in an introductory statement. We are increasing Trish's base salary by that amount, by $15,000, which, as you look at the comps, will still put her lower than a lot of IT directors in towns of the same or a larger size, and some even smaller size. Her $15,000 stipend for working on assessing will go away, and I am considering her, and she's considering the opportunity, as when we get to Paul Jaffo's department for facilities management, instead of hiring an $80,000 employee, we're going to ask Trish to handle facility management, the custodial services, the construction projects, which she proved in rebuilding this building she can do with her eyes closed, for $15,000 as opposed to $80,000. So that's our plan for Trish as a senior member of the senior staff.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. Joel, you have a question on this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Trish, purchase of services, I think I asked you this 4 or 5 years in a row, so I'll be consistent. Could you tell us what those are?
I actually have,
You need a mic, Trish.
thank you.
That's all right.
Hi. When asked by you guys, I have a spreadsheet that I keep a yearly tally of, so I have an outline of it if you'd like.
Yes, I would. Well, we have to pass this around.
Could you email a copy of it, and then I'll distribute it to the committee? Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee on the information systems budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget?
Could I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vaughn. A lot of discussion happened today about the new position, and I just wanted to give a shout out to Roberta, because she does the crier, and I really feel like $300 every other week. She puts a lot of hours into that newsletter. So I just wanted to say, you know, basically, it's me, Tyler, and Roberta that run that department. So she puts a lot of time into that. So I wanted to give her kudos. And also Tyler. That's it. Any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. No questions or comments from the committee. We already called for that. Any questions or comments from the public? Information systems. Yes. Mr. Carrara, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. It's a microphone over there that I guess works now, too. I'm not sure. That's what I heard.
As I said before to the Finance Committee, I was in favor of 3 raises that Tom put out, and this is one of them. Deanna was one, and, HR was one, and Information Systems, this is the other one. I was with Trish when we walked this building to go over a lot of stuff. When we were trying to put it back together, I was here the day it happened. And then me and Trish were here the day that we were troubleshooting a lot of stuff. She has blossomed. I know a lot of people don't think so, but she was held down by a previous town manager, and now she's doing a lot of things and stepping out of her shell. And I appreciate it like I did when Mary Jane didn't step back when Bill Rowe left. She stepped forward, and that's what Trish is doing, stepping forward all the time, looking to help us out. So I just want you to know that as a selectman, I appreciated that. That showed me the comps don't count. It's her showing me what she's doing, going to school. That's what it's all about, school, experience, certification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Selectman Carrara. Mr. Moderator, would you like to comment on this? Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Vaughn. Just briefly, Mr. Chair. Bob Mullen, Town Moderator. I just want to say thank you to the IT department and to Trish, because, as you know, I can drive anybody crazy. And I'm always asking them to post this, take this down. As town meeting gets closer, I'll be on the phone to her, sending her emails all the time. Things get up on the website, at least in the town meeting. Go to the town meeting page. That's where it's all at. And the town clerk's page, too. Things have to get posted regularly as we get closer and closer. The virtual tables were created by her department years back. So all that stuff gets up there. Someone has to do it, and Trish and her department does it. I just want to support this budget. Thank you, Trish, and your department.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on the information systems budget, part of Article 15, general fund operating budget? Hearing none, we'll go to town council. Oh, Lisa, do you have a... Well, I'd already called for... That's why I didn't see you. Sorry about that, Lisa.
No problem. You're human. Real quick question. Does this sheet that Joel just passed out to us, the year-over-year prices, does that fall in line with just the line item of purchase of services? I'm just asking because I see fiscal year 25 on the budget at $284,000, and on the sheet, it's
That's a good question.
330.
No, what it is, it's recurring yearly expenses, so a lot of it is under purchase and services, but some of it is under my expense line item. So those are things that I have to pay every single year.
So a few of these
So it's not going to add up to the line item.
Under expenses, a couple of those
Yep.
is
Yep.
aggregating
If it's not
into that line.
technical, then it would go under expenses.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
I'd like to thank you for providing this every year since we first talked about it years ago. The list of all the software. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the public on the information systems budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Town Council budget, part of Article 15.
Mr. Chairman, zero increase, same as the previous years. I'm hopeful that our labor negotiation number will go down, but the labor attorney is also our arbitration attorney, so we never know what's going to pop up, although we've got zero grievances pending before us. So we'd like to carry the same budget as 2024 to 2025.
Well, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on Town Council budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public on the Town Council budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have Town Accountant budget.
Page 8.
Page 8, thank you.
Do you want MJ to join you and we'll sit back there?
Yeah, we can sit
Okay.
back there.
MJ, why don't you join us? I know you love this. You're really disappointed with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Elizabeth Selesky, the town accountant, and with me is Mary Jane Martin. She has been your interim town accountant, auditor, and Girl Friday Everything Financial for pretty much the last 9-10 months. And we're here to answer any questions you may have on our budget.
Well, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee on the Town Accountant budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public on the Town Accountant budget, part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget?
I do have one.
Mr. Anzavino, you have a question?
Yeah, and it's actually going to be addressed to Mr. Coulter. And it's on the top position and the increase that was there, considering the increase that was done last year. Last year, it was increased 14.8%, and now we're going another 11.2.
John, are you referring to the department head?
Yes, that's what I said,
Okay, couple of responses to that. Number one, it's a completely different position. Mr. Rowe was the town accountant. He had no responsibilities for assessing or for treasury.
If I might.
Sure.
FY24, the position was put in as the finance director / town accountant while he was here. That was supposed to take effect July 1st. And the increase that went at that time was the 14.8. Now it's going up another 11.2. So.
Thank you for pointing that out, John. You're right. That was the plan for Mr. Rowe. He never really was able to serve in that capacity, although he was assigned the title. He left shortly thereafter. And then we went to market. It speaks to the point I made earlier. The market rate for this position, at that time, there were probably a dozen postings, were $130,000 to $160,000 per year. So we first posted it at $130,000 and got few, if any, applicants, none of which were qualified. We increased it to $140,000, and we got 3 quality applicants and chose bids from that pool. That's a simple market rate. If you look at MMA even right now, I bet you'll see more finance directors online, towns looking for finance directors than any other position, more than town managers, town administrators, assistant town administrators, of finance directors. And that is the market. And I will tell you, and I shouldn't admit it, we were fortunate to get bids at the at the salary we gave her at the time, and she was a tough negotiator, but so was I. And so she joined us at this price, and there is no comparison to the typical town accountant and a finance director that's responsible for 3 departments. And the work she's doing, you saw the analysis on the revenues that she performed the other day, that never would have been possible a year ago. So I feel very fortunate to have her at that salary. Thank you.
I'm sure it's going to come up in May because of the, I mean, it is a sizable jump, but I appreciate the explanation.
Very fair question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from the committee on the town accountant budget? Part of Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget. Any questions or comments from the public on the town accountant budget? Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we will jump down to Article 15, General Fund Operating Budget, Shared Expenses. We have debt service.
This is you, Dave.
Page 50.
This is debt service excluded.
Page 50.
Page 50. Debt service excluded.
Finance Department will be handling these questions.
All right, thank you.
Don't run away.
I'll be close by.
Yeah, don't go too far.
Good evening once again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We are looking at the debt service section of the budget books.
Please.
Microphone, please.
Thank you very much for having me again, if that works okay.
You know what? I think that we can probably take all this together. Debt service excluded, debt service, health insurance, Medicare taxes, liability insurance, unemployment,
Wonderful.
retirement.
Because they run from page 50 through page 55. I mean, they're all in that area, so
It's all shared expenses.
So,
it's all under the shared expenses.
are there any questions on any of these?
That's the way to go.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wolk, do you have a question on this? Any of these items? Transfers out, public health subsidy, Cedar Hill subsidy, sewer fund subsidy.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going to ask a question about debt service excluded. As one of my esteemed colleagues on the Finance Committee says, the Finance Committee is all about the math. It's just the math. So I've got some math for you on debt service excluded for the town, not for the schools. Okay? And when the new fire station was proposed, we had a meeting. The Finance Committee met in a public meeting, and we asked the question of how they came up with the $27.3 million. And they said that it was $20 million for the new fire station, $6.5 million for the renovation of 30 Freeman Street, and $800,000 for the renovation of the Central Street Fire Station. So taking the $20 million for the new fire station, there was an agreement that 65% of that would be part of the debt exclusion, which would go right to the tax rate. And that came to $13 million. And it was a 30-year bond that was proposed, if you remember. And if you take that and divide the $13 million by the 30 years, because the town, unless it's changed as much the way it does things, has the same principal payment every year. Okay, so that 30-year bond means a principal payment of $433,333 per year. And when I took a look at the fiscal year 2023 actual cost, it was in fact $433,238. So came pretty close. And I was kind of surprised that in fiscal year 2025, that principal payment has now gone up to $527,500. And I would like to know why it went up the $94,000.
I do not have an answer for you this evening. I need to look at the debt book to review what had gone on as far as when was debt borrowed. Did we borrow it all at once? Did we borrow a little bit at a time? So that's what I have to look at. And then with the escalation schedule, was it level funded or was it not level funded? Those are the answers I do not have for you today.
Okay, because right now, if I look at this, it appears that we borrowed more money for the new fire station. And instead of $20 million, based on my sort of estimate, maybe closer to $23 million, which is why I was going to ask Mr. Coulter to kind of comment on that.
Mary Jane might be able to help comment on that. Is there an offset to the borrowing we have for the fire station? Is there a grant or something like that we have offsetting the fire station? No? ARPA money. Okay. So is the ARPA funding offset? Right. I have nothing at this point in time. Mr. Coulter?
I don't have an answer. It was all done prior to my arrival, but we can research the question and give you a detailed response in return.
I think the reason why I'm asking this is because, well, I think I know the reason why I'm asking this is that at least and I can't speak for the rest of the Finance Committee, was under the impression that the new fire station was only going to cost $20 million. And if that's not the case, and the new fire station is going to cost more than that, which is the additional bond funds, when you take a look at the money that would be left over, would there be enough money to the cap of 27.3 to be able to do the 30 Freeman Street?
I can speak to that, Mr. Chairman. The project is on time and on budget.
When you say on budget, do you mean that the new fire station will in fact be done for $20 million?
I don't know that. Again, I wasn't here. I don't see anything that says $20 million. I wasn't part of that. I know what the borrowing is for that, but you're asking a question of two people who weren't here when that town meeting vote was taken. What we're saying to you is we'll take the question down and send an answer to the entire committee tomorrow morning.
Good luck.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee?
Oh, I actually do have another one. Sorry.
Oh, Joel, you have another question. Okay.
This has to do with the debt exclusion for the high school project, which I guess you're looking at also. Hello?
What is the question?
The high school project? Okay, so we were told by your predecessor last year, if my memory serves me correctly, that they overborrowed for the high school project and that approximately $1 million of bond money was sitting there doing nothing, but we're still paying the principal and interest on it. Is that correct?
At this point in time, I cannot answer that question. However, I'm going to qualify that by where we are in the project closeout aspect at this point. I can't say what is in the fund or not in the fund. As far as closeouts, we're expecting revenues in from the MSBA, which is an offset to that. And if there is leftover money in that fund, that funding can be used for another source as voted by town meeting. So if we, and this is just hypothetical, let's say we need money for the fire department, although it's already budgeted. We need money for the fire department. We go to town meeting, we transfer that money, which is a long-term debt exclusion, into that debt exclusion. You can do the same thing for a like project, but you have to be careful how you do that.
But it has to be debt exclusion to debt exclusion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it is debt excluded, it has to go debt excluded.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Anzavino?
You said that they might be able to swap. Now, we were previously told that similar projects or what have you, but we were also told it had to be the same length of term for the borrowing. One was done for 20 years, one was done for 30.
In this type of situation, you go out to bond counsel for their advice, as long as it is in the same qualifying aspect. I don't think you have to go out for a 30-year note as long as it's in the same capital range. But I would confirm that with bond counsel before I'd make any recommendations.
All right.
All right, thank you for that.
And I believe the initial borrowing was around $20 million when they did that bond, because they pushed it December? and they wanted to borrow while the rates were low, and I'm pretty sure when that went through the board, they were borrowing $20 million for the station at the time. And by the way, they already eliminated the third part of that article. They've said that publicly, that they're not looking at that anymore, which is Station 2.
All right, Dave, you have a question?
Yeah, through you. I think I'd like to just, if I can just help with some of the information that came out since all those Finance Committee meetings that we got from the prior administration, because I think it would just help while they're trying to figure out how to answer that because they bundled all three phases at the time they were getting approval from town meeting, which we didn't agree with, we voted down. Town meeting said, go ahead and bundle all three phases. So what they did was they said the 27 million is the borrowing amount that we're allowed to go to. And then ARPA money could sit on top of the 27 million that was authorized to borrow. That's what, I'm not saying that's how we understood it, but that's in essence what they claimed was going on, that they said the authority was to borrow and that they couldn't draw a line between, and by the way, through you, Vaughn, it was Joel, you, the one who brought it to the attention that you can't start a project in year one in one phase and then hop, skip, and a jump years later to start another phase and have the money balance. It would never happen. So what I theorize, it's just a theory, is that you'll see that the line moved, inflation, whatever you want to call it, but they went to the maximum borrowing authority and then brought in ARPA above that, so it went up above $30 million. So the $20 million for phase one was never going to happen, even though that's what was promised to Finance Committee and town meeting at the time. It changed because the authority to borrow went to 27 million, and all three parts of the project were all bundled in together, and it made it so fuzzy that nobody could pin down phase one from two, and that's why the math gets all muddied up. That's a theory, but that's what kind of was discussed. It might help in terms of your direction as to how to navigate all that. I think that's kind of where you'll see it.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
sure.
I've heard all of those theories. I wish I had been here for that. What we can do is we can't comment on the theories, but we can comment and give this committee the actual votes based upon the papers. And so we will do research tomorrow on the papers. We can't speak to what happened because we weren't here, but we will speak to and document and circulate what the papers say the deal was.
All right, thank you for that.
I actually have my own questions. I just used that as a chance to see if it made any sense.
Well then, Dave, do you have a question?
I do.
Thank you.
I do. So this has to do with debt service also. The amount that we already have committed to borrowing against the general fund, there's a maximum that we're allowed. And it got brought up in one of the first week that we were meeting when we were at the meet downstairs was the 10% number. And I'm pretty sure that the way that agreement with bond counsel was designed, that policy statement that was approved, was 10% including inside the budget as well as outside debt excluded, all of those together. Now, one thing that I noticed structurally changing over time was a whole lot of money pouring into our general fund. It came in through Chapter 70 and everything, and we had at this monster number that we were measuring, I guess, that debt service against, because you have to monitor that, right? You have to monitor that number. It's a hard number that you have to stay within that 10%. So how are we doing against it? I did some rough math, and I kind of came up with like 2.5 to 2.9 on inside the budget, and about another, 5 or so percent on outside. So it came out to like 7.5%, but I just want to see if there is a number and somebody tracking that.
Well, this, Mr. Chairman, provides a great opportunity to extend an invitation to the FinCom for an April 9th presentation in this room by bond counsel. And the whole purpose of their presentation it was an issue I raised because I'm a financial advisor. It's an issue I raised because I'm very concerned about our debt ceiling. Now, I do know that the 10% you refer to, you don't consider excluded debt in that 10%. It's outside of the 10%. But I would invite all the members to please attend that meeting. She is going to present detailed analysis on our debt situation, where we are, before we take our town meeting vote next summer.
Okay, following up on that, if that's all right, Vaughn.
Yeah, you have another question?
I have more to, yeah, if that's okay. I wanted to understand if it's not from the policy requirement to look at the excluded debt, how does anybody measure what the town could afford for all the new projects that are coming through? How do you do that? There's obviously a maximum that our town could afford to borrow. Just because it's not something that's within the budget that you're calculating as a hard ceiling, isn't there a hard ceiling in terms of what our town could afford to spend in debt? How do you know?
Is this a question on this budget, though? On this actual budget?
It says debt service excluded, number A, 5A, excluded debt service.
I'm asking if it's a question on the budget.
It's showing up 5A, debt service excluded. I'm asking about excluded debt. Can the town afford what it says 5A, debt service excluded?
All right, great, thank you.
So really, David, there are three separate issues. The first one is excluded debt is net zero in our operating budget because we get the relief in the operating budget for that excluded debt. So it's not something that is creating a burden on the operating budget. Having said that, the second issue is what can our citizens afford? And that's going to be the real question. It won't be on the operating budget because it's net zero. It will be on the tax burden on taxpayers. And I'm not referring just to the schools. I'm referring to the debt that is not excluded. That will have an impact on the operating budget and therefore an impact on borrowing and on our taxes. So I have concerns. Again, I'm going to repeat, I'm a fiscal conservative. We cannot borrow our way to prosperity, and I'm very concerned about it. And we still have 40% of our underground infrastructure that's over 100 years old. I don't want to ever be in a position where we can't borrow in the face of an emergency because a 100-year-old pipe blew up in the center of town.
So our meeting in April will cover debt
April
excluded.
9th at 7 o'clock.
It'll cover excluded, the burden on taxpayers outside the operating budget.
Absolutely. They're working collaboratively with the assessor's office now. So it'll deal with the impact on our debt ceiling, the impact on our citizens, the impact on our operating budget. So it's a very practical presentation to give us the information we need. I was planning to extend an invitation next week to you.
Now I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Laurie. Lisa, you have a question?
Yes, I want to extend a huge thank you, Mr. Calta, for putting on this presentation because this is a deep concern of mine for the taxpayers of this town. And it just seems to me that it is a huge cautionary tale right now for as big-hearted as our town residents may be to have endless services and endless new things, that to recognize that it comes at a serious cost. And to your point about the infrastructure of our town, that has been sorely neglected because of our immense generosity in years past. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for that comment, Lisa, although I must say it's the select board that requested that the advisor come in and give us a complete picture of our balance sheet and our debt. But thank you.
All right, we have any other questions or comments?
I got one. We're doing all of these, and I'm going to jump to the next page. I'm going to go to page 51, that bugaboo that we ran through last year with the health insurance. And I noticed the health insurance is going up 0%. We saw some bad ramifications of that last year, and so my question is, how are we doing 0% on that?
So the appropriation has remained the same, and we left it that way because it was too early in the year when we did the budget to know where we stood with claims in our trust and what our financial advisor would let us know for an increase. We are able to actually keep the rate the same. This will include a percentage rate increase on the town side and the employee side of approximately 4% right now. And we can keep the same funding because we've lowered our enrollment numbers by offering the opt-out plan. So the opt-out plan has actually, based on prior claims for the members compared to if they were still on the plan, we've saved approximately $900,000 by offering the opt-out, which cost us about $150,000. So we netted out with a good savings. So this dollar amount can remain the same at this point, and I'll watch our enrollment. And if our enrollment drops between now and town meeting, we could potentially, on town meeting floor, lower this amount. I wouldn't think it would be any more than $100,000, but $100,000 is $100,000.
Pays for a communication specialist.
Right. So it is, and we did make the benefit changes. We had a large increase. We made the benefit changes. We will not make any benefit changes this year. That's not necessary. We've been educating employees constantly on all the services that we have. People have been utilizing more things, cost-saving measures for the health insurance, so that has helped a lot. We have insurance advisory meetings on a monthly basis with the town and the school. We have the different vendors come in and they talk about the different services that the people can use that end up saving. We don't pay co-pays. The town doesn't pay anything towards it. My telemedicine, things like that. So hopefully we'll be able to come to town meeting and reduce this amount by a little bit of money.
Well, thank you for that explanation, because after what we went through January last year and where it looked like we were going broke, seeing a 0% increase just raised a red flag going, what are we doing?
And actually, people have, our trust has been doing pretty good since then. We had a decent balance at the end of the fiscal year, and the idea is not to make money on the trust, but if you have the month that, you can have a little extra money in your claims, and the following month you might have a bad month, you can offset. So we're doing pretty good at this point.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Okay, so do we have any other questions or comments from the committee on debt service excluded, debt service, health insurance, Medicare taxes, liability insurance, MIIA, unemployment, retirement, transfers out, public health subsidy, Cedar Hill subsidy, sewer fund subsidy, or any other shared expense matters? Hearing none. Do we have any questions or comments from the public? Yes, Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3. I didn't bring my budget. I have a copy. I didn't bring it. There's just so much I can carry. So I'm interested in the 3 subsidies. I understand the subsidy in public health, but I thought that there was no subsidy for Cedar Hill or the sewer.
That is correct. They're listed on here because there was a line in the budget.
Good news is always welcome. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the public on debt service excluded, debt service, health insurance, Medicare taxes, liability insurance, MIIA, unemployment, retirement, transfers out, public health subsidy, Cedar Hill subsidy, sewer fund subsidy, and any other shared expense matters? Hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is Article 3, accepting contract funds for town roads. Article 3, part of annual town meeting articles.
Page 2 on the...
Page 2 on the warrant. This is one of those standard articles every year. Standard article, right, every year. Okay, questions or comments from the committee? Article 3, accepting contract funds for town roads. It's a standard article. We see this every year. Okay, hearing none. Questions or comments from the public? Article 3, accepting contract funds for town roads. Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
And as far as I know, still precinct 3. So that I don't disturb you again for Article 4, and I know these are routine articles, but I mentioned to the Board of Selectmen, it might be nice to include a page in your booklet, treatise, encyclopedic information, a page that tells what funds we did get. Because the town is always seeking these funds, but I'm sure there are people that want to know what did we get for the town roads, what did we get for federal and state funding.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public? Article 3, accepting contract funds for town roads. Hearing none. Yes, Lisa.
Sorry, this is a question just because I'm new and just don't know. So Article 3, how does that relate to, I just remember recently that, did we pass something to start to get some of our roads paved, and is this related to that?
What we passed was in Article 2, handle a bunch of the roads back in the fall. And this is, Mr. Colt, you want to handle this state funding, that sort of thing?
Yes, half of it is, most of it's state funding. We get about $900,000 this year. I don't have the cherry sheet in front of me. I don't have the cherry sheet in front of me, but I believe it's about $900,000 we get annually in Chapter 90 money. It's what the state contributes to us up maintaining roads that go through our town. But I do want to compliment the FinCom. The FinCom, I believe, unanimously supported us taking up our roads and bridges contract in the fall town meeting instead of, I think that's what you're referring to. And if you hadn't done that, we would have missed this entire construction season. And the reason being, for everybody's information, Bond Council now requires, yet they did inform us, that we have to advertise in more than the Suburban Shopper. We have to advertise in the Patriot Ledger. And of course, we didn't know that. We didn't do that. And we're now today got approval for the summer construction season on the money that's been allocated by town meeting. Had you not agreed to having it done in the fall, we wouldn't have had a construction season. So we thank you for that. Did that answer your question?
Well, I'm just curious, does that come from accepting this article?
The state money comes from accepting this article, Chapter 90.
Thank you.
Steve?
All right, any other? Yes, Mr. Tisdale.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can also clarify that too. This article allows us to contract with the contractors to pave our roads. So it's the contract funds and accept funds. The accepting part, a good example of that would be the Route 138 project that we have this year for DOT, the Safe Routes to School project, and the Toscott Drive project. All that adds up to about $20 million in funds. It allows us to accept those funds and contract the project out.
Well done.
Yeah.
Diane, you have a question on this?
I do, and I think this is a great way to go. Do we know which roads you're going to do? Did we get that list?
That was on the
We did.
list
Okay, so
in the fall.
just in a little latitude here, Mr. Moderator to, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think what this brings up, especially if someone's asking how much, I think I asked for the last 2 years, if we could have an overview of all the articles that went past last year, where they are, and how much money like this was brought in.
Sure.
It's a question I'm always asked, what happened with this and where are we going? But I think it would be a great thing to have. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from the public on Article 3, accepting contract funds for town roads? Hearing none, next item on the agenda, Article 4, apply for and accept federal and state funding.
Page 2.
Page 2 of the warrant. Standard article. Mr. Coulter, do you want to cover this, or you want to just jump to questions?
Standard article, sir.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Article 4, apply for and accept federal and state funding, part of the annual town meeting articles. Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public? Article 4, apply for and accept federal state funding. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Article 5, disposal of town property. Questions or comments from the committee? This is on page 3. Oh, actually, yes, top of page 3. Questions or comments from the committee on Article 5, disposal of town property? Part of the annual town meeting articles. Yes, Chet, you have a question?
To you, Mr. Chair, I'll give this to Mark. Do we have a list of town-owned properties that we're looking to sell? And also, my second question is, are there going to be any available lots that are not town property that could be put up for bid?
To piggyback your first question, we do on our GIS, you can go and look at all town-owned properties. There's a layer you can click on. You'll highlight every town-owned piece of property in town. I don't believe we have any plans right now to auction off any properties, so we don't have a list to give you.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I believe a year ago, 2 years ago, there was an article to buy or auction off private property. Do you remember that? Only reason why I ask is I have a neighbor who wants to buy a piece of land, and I inquired on it, and they said he's going to have an auction on it. And I believe it came to the select board. Sorry, Mark.
No. Did somebody just say they're going to answer that?
Yeah, it is.
At this point in time, the treasurer collector is working on a list of foreclosed properties that we will be able to send to auction. I'm expecting that list in the next week or two. And once that process begins, then we move forward with auctioning off those properties. But it's not an immediate thing. It takes time. We do title research, et cetera. But that list is being compiled.
Thank you so much.
And thank you. Lisa, you have a question?
Hi, you mentioned what department, I'm assuming when you said the GIS, we could go and look and see all the owned property. Can you just clarify where that is?
Yeah, so there's a button right on the front page of the website. It says GIS. You can click on that. If you have any issues or questions about how to use it, you can come to the engineering department. We'll teach you. We have a GIS coordinator who's very into it, and he can give you much more information than you're probably willing to learn.
Okay, so it's not buried within a department.
Right on the
it's
front
right on the
page.
front page. Okay.
Yep.
Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 5, disposal of town property. Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public? Article 5, disposal of town property. One of the annual town meeting articles. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda. Article 11, reauthorization of revolving funds. Page 6, standard article. We have this in here every year. Authorizes the revolving funds. Any changes to this, Mr. Coulter?
No, sir, same as last year.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Article 11, reauthorization of revolving funds. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 11, reauthorization of revolving funds, one of the annual town meeting articles. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Article 12, collective bargaining article, police superior officers.
Page 12.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the board, Deanna, I'm sure is more in a position to answer all of your questions. What I do want you to know is the money for these CBAs before you are in this budget. We're not looking for additional dollars. But with that, I will take any questions on them individually.
Okay, questions or comments from the committee? Article 12, collective bargaining article for police superior officers. Mr. Anzavino.
My biggest question is why is there money being offered for them to accept coming out of civil service when, the way I read the CBAs, anybody who was hired through the civil service will keep all their protection that they had while they were in civil service. So that's a big stickler for me anyway.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Chairman, you need two parties to agree to come out of civil service. The first one is town meeting, who voted this in, I believe, in 1906. I think I'm right about that date. And the second party that has to agree to come out of civil service are the people who are managed under civil service. For the past 2 years, more than 50 communities throughout the Commonwealth have exited civil service. And the cost to exit, just for exiting civil service, has been somewhere between 5 and 30% to get the unions to authorize the exit from civil service. And quite frankly, we may not get there with the fire department. We are there with the police department, but we may not get there with the fire department. We can't afford to pay that kind of money. But there is a tab, and it's well established throughout the Commonwealth, for getting the unions to agree to exit civil service. They get many of the same protections in the CBA that they would get under civil service, but certainly not all of the protections that they get under civil service. In addition to that, the unions know, strike that, police and fire know that in police in particular, we're 14 patrolmen down. We came this close to going below minimum staffing levels because of civil service. We can't hire people at the rates we pay off the civil service list. And 10 years ago, when our chief was, 25 years ago, when our chief was in the academy, there were 50,000 applicants for 20 jobs in Stoughton. And I said that wrong. There were 50,000 people taking the test. We only had 20 apply to Stoughton, and none of them at that time could pass the test. We didn't want them to work in Stoughton. And so the demand is high. The capacity for patrolmen is very low. Leaving civil service is the remedy to that. And in the CBAs, we can't leave civil service without their consent. And when we compare it to what other towns are paying in these contracts, we got off, I'm not going to say cheap because it's not cheap, but we got off more competitively than almost every other town that has exited civil service. It's a tough budget. It's a tough CBA, but it's the reality we're dealing with right now. You can't get one done without consideration, financial consideration.
All right, I was just somewhat concerned they're going to keep all their protection as well. So you're buying something that they still have. You're buying the way out, but they still have all the same protections.
So the reason for getting out has nothing to do with the protections afforded to the employees as police officers or firemen. It addresses our competitiveness in the market. Oh, Donna's here. Hello, Donna.
Yeah.
It addresses the competitiveness in the marketplace. We can't get people through civil service, and we can't recruit people while we're in civil service. So that's the problem we're trying to address.
Do we have anybody in the academy now?
Donna can speak to this now.
Hello, Chief McNamara. How are you tonight?
Good evening. Good, thank you. We have 6 candidates in the academy right now. They all came off the civil service list. I will just correct a couple things the town manager said.
As she always does.
I apologize for it, but he was close. There were as many as 30,000 people that took the civil service exam 23 years ago when I was in the academy.
Mr. Chairman, I thought she was going to correct me on the years she went through the academy.
No, and that was truly 30,000 people for jobs in 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth. Last year, there were less than 5,000 people that took the exam for a police officer exam. Those are big, significant numbers in recruitment. That civil service exam is a hindrance for us to hire quality candidates. We need both the patrol officers and the superior officers to come out of civil service in order for us to hire. We hire patrol officers to become sergeants. If they're not in civil service, the equity of supervisors still being in civil service. I can understand that you have concerns that they still have those protections, but as we hire people just in the next few months after we leave civil service, if that is town meeting's vote, we will hire a patrol officer and they will go into the superior officers union. To have those 2 unions have one out of civil service and the other not, or not being able to competitively take good candidates for our department, we are suffering with the hiring process the way it is. And I have no problem hiring people. You've watched me for the last 7 years, hire almost every single year, multiple candidates every year through civil service. We just don't have the quality candidates that we've had in the past. Of the people that took the exam last year, we had 22 people take the exam and pass it that are Stoughton residents. We were only capable of hiring and giving conditional offers to 7 people of the 22 because the rest did not pass our background investigation. Those odds just don't work, and we think and believe and will follow what other departments have done in the area. Most departments in Norfolk County are out of civil service. They still struggle because of law enforcement isn't the most popular job these days, but the struggles are less when they leave in the civil service restrictions to hire.
All right, thank you very much, Chief McNamara. Do you have any other questions?
Just on the, when you talk about, well, it's in here as other agreements and talking about agreeing to do the implementation of the 9/11 regionalization without having to go back, which was a good thing that it was done. But to do that, there was a list of one-time base wage increases over the next few years for various, we're in the Superior, right? So, and it's done by rank. And it says it's a one-time base percentage, but it says these percentages are to be added to the percentage base wage for July 1 of 24, 25, 26, prior to adjusting the wage scales. And then it said that the total base wages for July 1 would be the 2% plus the 5 plus the 1 for a total of 3.5 without a compounding effect. But just the way they were showing these seemed to be contradictory, that they'd be added in, but they would be in essence compounding. But could you just speak to that? Because it's the same thing in the other one.
So normally you would have, they're not going to continue on, so they're not going to take that final rate of the 3.5 and then go forward and then add it on the next year. Also the 0.5, the 2, it's so they'll start again. So they'll use that base, they'll base it off of the base rate, not with, it's not going to compound from year to year. It's confusing to explain, but does that make sense to you? That's why Attorney Fedorov spelled it out that way. She didn't want it to be compounding, so by the end you're at like a 12% for those additional amounts.
Oh yeah, and that's why I just wanted it explained, because when I read it, it seemed like it might have been contradicting itself. And as we have been educated last year, it doesn't matter what you're told, it's what's written.
She's very good at making clear the way things will be paid for that reason, because she doesn't want someone to say, okay, well, we're going to take your base and we're going to add 1.5 and 3, and then before you know it, you're adding again on top of that. So that's why she spells it out like this.
All right, well, like I said, that's why I'm asking, because it looked like it was a little, it looked like it might have been contradicting itself in there.
And it should be all figured in on the grid also. If you follow the grid, you should be able to. It's
right.
pretty well defined with the actual percentages showing for each year.
All right, because like I said, we were educated in this room, as a matter of fact, that it didn't matter what you were told. It's what's written that counts, because that's what gets the gold seal on the warrant, and that's what they go by. I'm not going to beat that dead horse, but we learned the lesson. So I just wanted to make sure I was reading it properly, that, you know, we ran into that before, as you well know, Deanna, with the longevity and the super longevity and how that was, and that got straightened out eventually. But
yes, I recall.
All right, I just wanted to go over it and make sure that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Joel, you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple of very quick questions for Article 12, which will also be for Article 13, which is also coming up. Could I ask who the primary negotiator was from management side?
It was a three-person team through you, Vaughn. It was a three-person team consisting of Deanna, myself, and Labor Council.
Okay, and obviously the negotiations were done in good faith?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. And I noticed that the Select Board has signed off on both of these?
Yes, sir.
As well as yourself, and Town Council has approved according to everything that's done?
That's
okay?
Yes, sir.
And my last question is, if for some reason this committee and town meeting refuses to accept this, what would be the impact?
It would create a fair amount of confusion, or perhaps the word is animosity with our unions, because we did negotiate in good faith. But the process that would follow, if the town meeting said no, if the finance committee says no, it would go to town meeting. We would file an amendment, because we did agree to the contract, that's part of good faith, to restore the money. If town meeting says no, then we have to go back to the bargaining table. They would declare bad faith bargaining, and it would go to an arbitrator. And they would be, I'm sure they would be awarded at least to this amount, if not this plus some punitive amount added to it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. You have a follow-up question, Mr. Antovino?
On all these agreements with the understanding it has to be funded through town meeting?
Absolutely. This would be the process, as he asked, if it's not funded through town meeting, if they say no.
I thought that was always a condition when you sign this.
It is.
That it's subject to town meeting funding.
And they know that.
So why would that be bad faith if it's taken to town meeting and town meeting says no?
It would not be bad faith on our part. That would be the basis of their claim with the arbitrator. That the town is not communicating, that we're not collaborating. They're not going to, if we go back to the table, they're not going to renegotiate. Their pursuit will be to file for arbitration at the state level with the national.
I just wanted to understand how it would be bad faith. They could say bad faith on the town when it was always put forth that it had to be approved.
And I shouldn't be speaking for them, John. What I am saying is
no,
that
but I mean, you said that would be the process.
We'd have to go back to the bargaining table.
Right.
If we couldn't reach an agreement, we would try. If we couldn't reach an agreement, they would file for arbitration. And what I'm suggesting is what I think I know what their claim would be, but I shouldn't speak for them.
No, but well, you're given a hypothetical on what the process might lead to, and that's what we were actually looking for. Is, but
we're very conscious in negotiating these contracts that only town meeting can fund it.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Article 12, collective bargaining article, police superior officers. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 12, collective bargaining article for the police superior officers, part of the annual town meeting articles. Hearing, Lisa.
I just want to make sure, do these two articles, this police department budget piece, is that handled separately than these articles?
I believe Mr. Coulter had stated that these were already funded through the budget.
That's
as
correct.
It stands. Mr. Coulter could confirm that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, my question was, we're not asking questions on the line items of this budget at this time? I'm just trying to
That's correct.
Yes,
figure out when would
You're
be
right.
the proper time. So not
No,
right
this
now.
isn't on, through you, Vaughn, this is not on the operating budget of the police department. That is next week.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments from the public? Article 12, collective bargaining article, police superior officers. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, Article 13, fund the CBA for the Patrolmen's Union.
Mr. Chairman, same issues, and the money is in this budget to cover this collective
Right.
bargaining agreement.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Mr. Antovino?
Just a comment for the newer members on the committee. The way these work is when you go to town meeting this year, you're only voting for
The money.
this budget, but you're committing to the next 2 years of the contract. So even though you're funding this 1 year, you are, in essence, you're approving the funding for the whole contract through the length of the contract. Yes, once you approve, when you approve the CBA, you only are doing the funding for the first year.
That's correct.
But you have agreed to the whole CBA or MOA or MOU or MUA, MICKE.
Yes, Lisa, did you have a
Just a
question?
very quick follow-up. So does that mean we wouldn't see like Article 12 and 13 again next year because it's already incorporated into what we're doing this year?
That's correct.
Correct.
You would see it in the operating budget.
You would see it in the budget, though.
Right.
The money will be there, but we won't have another article
Correct.
to do
That's
that.
what I was confirming. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. Any other questions or comments from the committee on Article 13, fund the CBA for the Patrolmen's Union? Hearing none. Questions or comments from the public? Article 13, fund the CBA for Patrolmen's Union?
Next.
Hearing none. Thank you very much, Chief McNamara, for stopping by to say hello.
And
Next item on the agenda is Article 14, unpaid bills, $6,517.67.
Page 13.
Page 13 in the warrant.
Mr. Chair, through you to the Finance Committee and the members of the public, we will be making an amendment to this article to include a school department invoice for approximately $1,600. So that will increase slightly. And once again, as per standard operating procedures, this will be paid out of the school department's current year budget.
Okay, so this will increase by $1,600?
Just over 16.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Could you email that over, just whatever that invoice is, so we can add it to the book?
Yes, sir, we will.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the committee? Article... Diane, you have a question?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I called you moderator before, sorry. First of all, I'd like to know why we have a bill here from 2016, how that was overlooked for 7 years?
What does happen
It's the one on the bottom, it says Columbia.
Yes, ma'am. What happens is we will get statements from Columbia Gas and the other utility companies, and when we go back and research and we find out bills weren't paid, then we are required to pay them. So research showed that the unpaid balance did go back to 2016. This is unusual for this to be that old. Also, anything from, the other ones are all fiscal year 23.
Right.
So that's not unusual, but we are going to have a tighter handle on unpaid bills going forward, so that departments know they need to research their vendors, make sure they have everything in, so we have a tight year-end close this year.
Okay. My second question is the one just above it that says multiple meals for $2,233.
What happens with snow and ice is that when the DPW or other employees are out doing snow and ice, they do get meals. So what happened probably at this point in time, a lot of the meals probably did not show up. The invoices didn't show up till later when they were closing out snow and ice. For instance, that could be they're working a 15-hour shift. We buy them meals, which is a requirement, being pizza, subs, things like that, refreshments, so that they can keep going without having to go home.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 14, unpaid bills, which is approximately $8,100, 81.
Yes, sir. We'll shore this up, and we'll send you an update report on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. No questions, comments from the committee. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 14, unpaid bills. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we have Article 16, supplemental fiscal year 2024 departmental budgets. Do we have anything on that?
Page 14.
Page 14 in the warrant.
Not at this time.
All right, thank you very much for that. Questions or comments from the committee? Article 16, supplemental fiscal year 2024 departmental budgets. Yes, Lisa.
Hi. As a newbie here, could you just, or somebody, Just explain to me the supplemental, so this just makes me concerned. How does that come to fruition? Because we're all going through the budget here now for $130 million plus to look at the whole fund, less if you're just talking about the school and municipal. So when I see a supplemental, and that would be, I understand we're talking about the budget for fiscal '25, and then this is referring to '24. So what would give rise to that?
Typically, what would happen is it's called extraordinary and unforeseen. So let's say we have a water pipe break, but a water pipe break, or trees fall down all over town, and DPW has to go in. They have to spend an extra $100,000 to deal with trees, etc. Typically, what we would do is we go to the reserve fund transfer. That's where we would request monies for this type of issue. To go out for a supplemental budget is not normal practice, or it shouldn't be normal practice in this type of situation. If you want to do a supplemental budget or changes to your budget, you typically would do that prior to your tax rate being set. So that would be done at your fall town meeting.
Thank you for that explanation. And then just to follow up, when you say it would be done as a reserve transfer, another one of my concerns, and I emailed you earlier but didn't expect the answer this fast. When you talk about the reserve transfer, is that coming a use from free cash? That would be a one-time expense, an unforeseen, what we're talking about here? It would, unforeseen would be, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that process.
What we have right now in typical and municipal government is the Finance Committee has what's called a reserve fund. I believe in your case here it's $350,000. So with that, if we have something that happens, extraordinary or unforeseen, we will come to you and request funding to fund something like that. I believe one of the things we're going to be looking at, and a transfer is going to be coming up the next couple of weeks, is to help fund some of the consulting bills that we had for the finance office. Also, we're going to have an issue that we have to replace the doors and I think fire systems or alarms at the Cedar Hill Golf Club. So those are a couple of items we're working on right now, and we're required from the town side to send that to the Finance Committee 48 hours ahead of your meeting so you can all review it and ask your questions when we're at the meeting. So that is what that's for. Okay, my personal thought on a Finance Committee reserve is we try not to go that if we don't have to. So, yes, sir.
Through you, Vaughn, just one last follow-up on that. So the Finance Committee's reserves gets funded through, is that through free cash?
It's part of the budget process.
Is that an article in?
That's in the Finance Committee budget.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vaughn, one point of clarification, if I may.
Sure.
I'll give you a good example of a transfer request. Elizabeth used the expensive consultants we had to use when Bill left. That's one example. Another one is we received a notice from the state through our fire department that we needed to make substantial upgrades to our restaurant there. And they put us on notice that it needs to be done right away. Now, Cedar Hill has got enough retained earnings to pay for that, but the retained earnings have not yet been released for our use because of state regulations. There's a very short window we can use them. So what we're asking for when we ask for this reserve fund is we don't want to put that off for 2 more months. God forbid we had an issue and didn't comply with their order. So we're asking for reserve transfer from the reserve fund, which can be replenished and repaid back to the general fund when the freeze is lifted off of our retained earnings.
Yes, Lisa.
Sorry, this is new, and it's helping the audience watching at home as well. So when you say it can be reimbursed, I heard you say to the general fund, it doesn't get reimbursed back into the Finance Committee's reserve?
Absolutely. That's the intent, is to replenish the fund. Everything has to first go through the general fund and then distributed to the,
But that would happen through, at town meeting.
I'm not sure if there's.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes. Now, one of the issues that we could potentially do here, I'm not sure what the timing is as far as the state requirements, would be to adjust the Cedar Hill articles, which we haven't brought up yet, to modify that, to take that $70,000 out of retained earnings. But that wouldn't be until town meeting, when town meeting's in what, May? So I don't know the urgency of us trying to fulfill getting the requirements met. I think we have a shorter time frame to do that. So that's why we would come to Finance Committee, so we can get the project done. But we could potentially go ahead and modify town meeting article for the capital for Cedar Hill to include that. So we start the work, we take the retained earnings, and we pay ourselves back that way through retained earnings. We're just getting the article taken care of.
You have any other questions, Lisa? You're welcome. Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Vaughn, through you. Just a simple question. We're hearing about supplemental scenarios on the municipal side. Have we heard of any on the school side?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the superintendent sent me a note last week saying that at this time they have no supplemental budget requests, which is great news.
Thank you for that.
And that's what they told us when we put the article before them, too. I just figured I'd remind you, that's all. You're very welcome. Any other questions or comments from the committee on Article 16, Supplemental Fiscal Year 2024 Departmental Budgets? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 16, Supplemental Fiscal Year 2024 Departmental Budgets. Hearing none, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is to appropriate funds. Article 19, appropriate funds from fiscal year 2025 operating budget to OPEB, $10,000.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that DOR recommends some contribution to OPEB every month, whether it's $1 or $1 million. They want to see the intent of the municipality to recognize the OPEB liability. So we started at 100,000, then we went down to 50,000, then we went down to 20,000. Now we are where we are. And again, it's symbolic in nature.
All right, thank you very much for the explanation. Any questions or comments from the committee on Article 19, appropriate funds from the fiscal year 2025 operating budget to OPEB, $10,000? Yes, Mr. Laurie.
Yeah, through you, Vaughn. Just generally speaking, when it comes, I mean, we do these things obviously for bond counsel. We want to reflect that we recognize obligations we have and so forth. But is there like a number that they would expect to see with the size of a budget that we have? Or do they, just like you said, it's a token, donation to it and not really a serious one?
When I saw the amount that was being proposed from the articles at $10,000, I didn't think that was adequate, because what happens is our bond counsel, when we go out to ratings, they're looking for a consistent number. The communities I have been in, we have been budgeting through budget $100,000 a year. And we know we're never going to reach the $150 million commitment that we all have. However, they want to see that you are sincere in the obligation, you're trying to address it. So a standard 100,000 would not be unusual.
What was ours last year? I forgot. Do you remember what ours, do you happen to know what last year's was? Anyone have that?
No. The initial deposit into this was the token 10,000 just to start the fund.
No, last year's, was that what we
I don't think
funded?
we did anything last year.
You think it was zero last year? I thought
Well,
every
if you
year
can tell me how much is in the fund, I can tell you if we did anything after the first 10.
I can give you that information tomorrow if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, I'd appreciate, because that consistency is where, if we were at 150, then wouldn't 150 be consistent, not 100? That's why I asked.
Right, and you do want consistency. Like I said, it does go to bond rating, et cetera. So that's one of the things you're going to have to think about in the future.
All right, thank you.
Comment, if I could.
Sure, Mr. Anzavino.
Keep in mind, this liability has been there forever. and I think it was back in 2009, where they did a general accounting change that said municipalities have to start showing this on their sheets, their account, the debits and so forth, the assets and liabilities. I think it was around 2009. And I think at that time it was $127 million. All the cities and towns are in the same position. The liability is there. We've never defaulted on the payments that we had to make, but it was, they call it the general accounting, what is it, GAAP or whatever, that they just made you start showing it on your ledger, if you will. The liability has been there for decades and decades, but they just made you do it. And I only remember the first deposit. That was a token just to open the fund.
Yeah, and just so you know, I just, you know, you can't go to a nickel either. You know, you have to show something consistent, and that's, I think, where the point is. We want to make sure we're not just throwing just a nickel to it when it needs to be more substantial than that.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Lurie. Yes, Mr. Carlton?
I think we should have that on the question on the April 9th. I think that should be part of the agenda. What scholars have told us on municipal finance, there are some, and they're all very well informed, is that you should fund X percent of your budget, and others say you shouldn't fund anything because it doesn't make a difference. So they'd rather you do nothing than to do something symbolic. You can have an honest disagreement on both approaches, but I think that's a real question that we want to ask on April 9th.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Article 19, appropriate funds from the fiscal year 2025 operating budget to OPEB, $10,000. Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Article 19, appropriate funds from the fiscal year 2025 operating budget to OPEB, $10,000, part of the annual town meeting articles. Hearing none. Next item on the agenda, we're going to jump down.
Point of order. I just want to understand how late we're going to go tonight. We're at 10:24. I'm not sure how long this article and the next article will go.
Well, I guess
But I had other matters I wanted to cover before the night closed out.
I guess
and
we'll see
I want to make sure I can do that.
Well, we're going to jump to Article 50 now, accept MGL Chapter 41, Section 110A.
Page 56.
This is to accept MGL Chapter 41, Section 110A in a synopsis on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this article, if the town meeting is willing to accept this article and chapter, what it allows is it allows us to not be open on Saturdays when it comes to register voters. I'll give you a brief description. What happened was, for many years, it was you could register to vote, but when an election was coming, you had to register prior to 20 days before an election, which was always on a Wednesday. We would always be open till 8 o'clock. The legislature changed the rule that you have 10 days before an election to register to vote. The 10th day ends up being on a Saturday. So my staff has to come in on a Saturday and work till 5 o'clock. By accepting this Mass General Law, it would allow us to treat Saturdays as a holiday, and we could stay open on a Friday and not have to work the weekend. It'll save money for the town, and it would make me very happy.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Mr. Anzavino?
Just, Mark, make note of this. For the book, we're going to need that Mass General Law so we can put in the book. So, all right?
I think you have it.
I gave everything to, it's all there.
Well, just look, we've got this much. I'm just saying, make sure you know that any reference to Mass General laws or anything that are going to be voted, we need to have them so they can be put in here.
John, let us just savor this moment for a second.
And if you declare that legal holidays, does that mean you're going to get paid for holiday work if you come in on Saturday? That's my question.
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions or comments from the committee on Article 50, except MGL, Mass General Law, Chapter 41?
Yeah, just so you know, I did find the Article 50 material, and it's there.
Okay, we have that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lurie.
Yeah.
So any other questions, comments from the committee? Article 50, except Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 110A. Hearing none. Question or comments from the public? Cynthia Walsh, please identify yourself for the record.
Cynthia Walsh, 1096 Park Street, Precinct 3. Will this have any effect on early voting? Because you have to have one session on a Saturday.
It will not affect early voting. This is just for to register to vote. Like I said, we used to be able to be open 20 days prior on a Wednesday till 8 o'clock, and the legislature changed that. It will not affect early voting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions, comments from the public? Article 50, except Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 110A. Hearing none. Have a wonderful evening, Mrs. Carrara. Next item agenda, Article 33, properties located at 760 Washington Street, map 54, lot 285, and off Rose Street, map 54, lot 180, $750,000.
Page 29.
Mr. Chairman, Mark will be speaking to the amendment on the appraised value, but before we do that, just to cut to the chase, this is a result of our meeting, our open meeting, our public information session on Washington Street, the hole in the ground, where Secretary Ash came here to speak to us about strategies we can use to develop that property. Under the leadership of Mr. Tisdale and the Development Department, substantial modifications are being made to the plan, the design, what's allowable, what's not, and the owner of the property has informed us as a result of those changes proposed by Secretary Ash and implemented by Mr. Tisdale that he is moving forward and he's ordering the steel on the project. But because he has made those promises in past, what we have said to him is if the steel is being erected an hour before town meeting, then we will withdraw this article. If the steel is not erected, or if the process of erecting steel has not commenced prior to town meeting, then we would be asking town meeting to move forward with this article. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tisdale, who can answer details about the appraisal and so forth.
Thank you, Tom. Good overview, right on point. I'll get right into it with the appraisal. First of all, we do apologize for you getting the appraisal yesterday and then getting a new one today. That's usually not the case of how we like to do business. But those...
Mr. Tisdale, I'm going to stop you. I want to explain to the committee what happened on that. It's not your fault on that. I mean, unless you want to take the fall for it. Mr. Tisdale contacted me. He said he had the documents. They needed to be revised, though. So I said, send them as is. If the revision comes in, I'll send it right out. Because I didn't want to have a situation where if the revision didn't come in, we would have nothing. So I said, just send what you have. He sent it out. The revision came in today. I think I got it out within 8 minutes or something like that. I just wanted to let everyone know that that's what happened. That's why you got two sets of documents within 24 hours.
Yes, well said. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That he clarified that. Again, and the reason why it's just coming is we technically would like to have it completed last week, but we're not doing the work ourselves. And we're not going to contract an appraiser to do work until the selectmen insert it into their warrant. Because then, say they didn't select it and insert it into their warrant, we would be paying $7,000 for an appraisal that we're not using. So early February, the selectmen insert it into their warrant, and now, okay, we got to hurry up and get an appraiser on board to appraise this property. So now it's the beginning of March. So within a month, that's why we were struggling to get this to you on time. But we didn't want to spend taxpayer money unwisely, but in case the selectmen didn't insert the article into the warrant. So anyways, that's the case of why you got it late. Again, I can go through this, I'll answer any questions, but generally the way this appraisal was prepared, and I'm not an appraiser, so I can't get into the technical details, but in summary, they evaluated 3 scenarios in the appraisal. Scenario A is in here. If you turn to page 4, you'll see the summary of the 3 scenarios. Scenario A is this. And then actually, if you turn to page 35, it describes what the scenario is. But scenario A is the permitted plans as they stand now with the planning board. Okay, it's 21 units, it's a 4-story building, commercial space in the bottom, right? So commercial space, 3 more stories of residential on top, 7 units per story. So you have 21 units total. In order to meet the parking requirements at that time with that permit, and the zoning in place, you needed to acquire the more parking somewhere within 1,300 feet of that project, which at that point in time was a satellite parking lot near the police station, okay? If anybody's not familiar where that is, if you go out where the municipal parking lot is and you have the police station, you'll see a parking lot in back of the municipal parking lot, and then there's like an area where it's cleared out a little bit near the train tracks. That's the area we're talking about. So it's right near the police station. So scenario A evaluates the permitted plans as they are, no commercial space changing, nothing changing. Scenario B, they get into, okay, well, now we have new zoning in place, right? We have a new zoning bylaw that town meeting approved last year. It allows you to go to a 5th story. When you go to the 5th story, you can't just go up, like right to the face of the building. You have to, the 5th story has to be indented in on each side that abuts a street. And the reason they did that was just so when you're walking on the street, it doesn't look like you have this tall building. And you can't really see the 5th floor at that point. That was the reason they did it. But when you do that, it equates to less units on that top floor, right? So you have 7, 7, 7, and then you're probably going to get like 5 or less, depending on what the developer wants to do. So with that case, the 5th floor, the appraiser is using 5 units instead of 7. So he's appraising that scenario with 26 units with the same commercial space on the 1st floor that the approved plans have today. So they can take those plans and just go up a 5th story and do it that way. The parking calculations are different now because the new zoning allowed developers to have less parking requirements, but you still need the satellite parking lot to be built for the need of 5 parking spaces. So you still need it, although you don't need all the spaces in it. You do need to acquire it to build 5 parking spaces. Scenario C would be under the condition that, okay, you know, we go out for an RFP, we tell the developer, hey, listen, we're willing to help you revise the plans, get the plans revised, take that commercial space on the bottom. We don't care about commercial space anymore, right? We were told for years commercial space was the downtown driver. We heard a presentation from a very qualified person, Jay Ash, saying that's not what you do. You go with the residential units first, get your capacity in the downtown, and then the commercial will come afterwards. So with that said, scenario C allows you to reduce the commercial space to get as many parking spaces as you can underneath. And based on the appraiser's calculations, getting all those required parking spaces underneath doesn't have a need for acquiring the satellite parking lot. So scenario C says no satellite parking lot. It's just that piece of property where Malcolm Parsons was.
Could you just provide the pages that you're on when you're looking at these scenarios?
Page 37 is where I'm, page 35 to 37.
Thank you.
Yep. Page 4 tells you the 3 final cost appraisals, and then the detail that I'm explaining to you what each scenario is on page 35, 36, and 37. And he's really pulled it out, like underlined it, highlighted it, explaining what these things are. And then he did like parking calculations for each situation, because parking is the driver on these properties, right? Because parking is what requires the need for the satellite parking lot. In summary, when you look at those 3 scenarios, they're all within about 100,000 of each other, but they're not the $750,000 number that you have in front of you tonight. Again, the process was to put something on the selectmen's warrant. If they choose to insert it, now you get an appraisal. And at that point in time, you have to take your best guess effort of what that number is. You pull a rabbit out of a hat. and try to figure it out. At that point in time, we were thinking 750,000. Obviously, it's wrong, because when you look at the highest appraised value of all those scenarios is scenario B, it's $1,193,000. So the estimated cost in your warrant needs to be revised to be $1,193,000, not $750,000. I did get a legal opinion, and I think Vaughn and John, you guys were on it, because you asked me that at the last meeting, I think for another article. Okay, right? So this one's different, but same concept and still applies. I do have it, but you guys have it. I'm sure you forwarded it along. Town council pretty much says it's not what the estimated cost when the selectman votes the article. The selectmen vote the wording of the article. They do not vote the estimated cost part. It's just additional information at that point for the selectmen. And that's why the word estimated is in there. There's actually been previous select boards that believe that you shouldn't even put estimated costs in at that point, because it can change from the time you get to town meeting. And that was the select board from a few years back. So that's the case. That's a written opinion. I don't know if you received it or not. I can certainly send it out to everybody. So we're allowed to change that number from $750,000 to $1,193,000 per town council's opinion. And that's a summary of those three scenarios.
So just to summarize, Mr. Chairman, as you can see from these three scenarios, the flexibility that the development department is offering to the current owner makes the project viable. And it was after these concessions and Mark's promise to work with the planning board to expedite the process, he's decided to move forward again. And we all hope he does. But what I'm hoping is that this finance committee will support this motion so that he understands the seriousness that we have in moving this project forward and finishing this project. If he does move forward and the measurement Mark and I are using with him, we want to see steel going up. If the steel is going up, we're going to ask to withdraw this amendment, this motion.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Add to that, Chairman. Great job, Tom. I physically spoke to the developer. I almost do it every week now. And I told him, generally the town, I've never seen more united on one subject matter. Not necessarily the money part, but the fact that we want something up over there. And I said, I've never seen it like this before. And I'm really, in that, I really believe in that. I have not heard one person lately saying they're against that. The money comes into play, obviously, because it's a lot of money, but everybody wants that bit built. And I said, listen, the developer's name, doesn't matter. We want you to do the project. We don't want to do this. We really don't. We're not developers. We're not in that business. We do not want to do this. But we need to see something at town meeting, which it would be steel being put up. We need to see steel delivered and steel being put up. And more than just one beam. We need to see something. Okay, I mean, like, if we got, yeah, I mean, he'll probably hold me to my words and there'll be one beam sticking up in the air, right? And then it'll look worse than it is now. But anyways, and that's the scenario that we're dealing with. He knows we're serious. He knows we're very, very serious. And he knows the conditions. He said these exact words to us last year. Mirror image of this. In that office with Tom, said the same thing. So I told him there's a lack of trust going on with you. We don't believe you, actually. That's why we're moving forward with this. And in a nutshell, that's been my conversation with him. But between us, all of us out here, we don't want to do this. But we will if we have to.
One more word, and then I promise not another, Mr. Chairman. We have an incredible development department. We've got the capacity to entitle this property. If he's bluffing and he's not moving forward and town meeting agrees to take this property through our development department, we will make the modifications. We will make sure we get all the permits and the approvals. We'll make it shovel ready. We're not builders. We're not going to try to build it. We will then put the project out to bid for any developer. Developers all want fully entitled properties that are shovel ready. And because of Mark's extraordinary department, we've got the capacity to make it shovel ready, doing the permitting, the design, the engineering, and the like. So if we move forward, our objective would be to entitle it, permit it, and then put it out to bid through the procurement department. If he is acting in good faith and keeps his word, We won't have to do that.
All right, thank you very much for that. So this is going to be $1.2 million, essentially. All right. Any questions or comments from the committee? Article 33. Yes, Elliot.
There's probably some information here that I missed. If we buy this property and this project goes forward, is the developer going to buy the property from us?
If the developer moves forward, the current owner of the property will have no role other than the regulatory part in the minor modifications that he's going to do. That's option one. Option two, if he doesn't move forward, as measured by erecting steel, and town meeting agrees to take it, then we will do the permitting, engineering, and design through Mark's department. And then we will do an RFP, request for proposal, and we'll have developers lined up who are going to want to buy a fully permitted, fully entitled, shovel-ready project that's ready to go. It'll be an attractive project because of the modifications that are being made, the minor modifications that are being made. We're never going to move forward in building. We would put it out to bid at that point.
Okay. And just this sort of an aside and sort of not. When you're talking about retail space in the bottom for the first two scenarios, my fear is that somebody would put a restaurant in there, and there's all kinds of restaurants have a habit of catching on fire, especially in that location. So I would certainly like to see scenario 3, and with the people living downtown, I think that adds a bit of vitality.
Sure. So what Secretary Ash said to us, I'm sorry, Vaughn, I continue to do this through you, sir. What Secretary Ash stood here and did the presentation, and he made fun of us a bit. We invited all the town meeting representatives. I bet we had 50 or 60 town meeting representatives attend, and there were fabulous questions. And he said, folks, you're missing it. You're really missing it. You've been trying to develop your downtown with commercial enterprises for a decade and a half, if not longer. You don't want more commercial development until you have the housing downtown. We've got nothing but boarded up or never even used commercial property in and around the town. And there's plenty of parking in the downtown. Mark, the secretary, and I walked every inch of it. He said, you've got plenty of parking. What you don't have is a demand for the services in the downtown because you don't have apartments that you can walk to those commercial businesses. So he convinced us, and Mark came up with this, we will comply with the zoning regulation by putting a small corner commercial, it could be an ATM, and then you meet the regulation. And then we can use the balance of that ground grade, that grade level for the additional parking that makes them more valuable. We don't need more commercial space downtown. It only, the term he used, it only cannibalizes the empty spaces we currently have downtown. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Lisa, you have a question on this?
Just very quickly, do we know, I heard you say apartments, do we know if these would be units to purchase or apartments?
The projects that have been recently developed are apartment buildings, but you're asking about condos. They could be condos. Yeah, we can't eliminate the condo idea. Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Joel?
Yeah, I actually have a couple questions. The first question I have is, why is this combined with the parking area over on Rose Street?
It's a good question, Joel. The developer needed to find parking spaces to meet the parking requirements at that time. The only piece of property he could find within a 1,300-foot radius, which was the requirement at that time, was that piece of property.
Does he own that property now?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So there's no suggestion from the developer that we would be interested in buying that property, the town? Especially if we're thinking about expanding the police station?
It depends which option you go with, yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, just a little anecdote. For a number of years when I was working I can't remember that far back, actually, but for a number of years when I was working in Boston and driving in, I could see from the Southeast Expressway a office building that had erected the steel and basically sat there for maybe 3 years. Okay? Do you remember that one? Longer than that, yes. And it's nice that he come in and start erecting steel, but once he erects the steel, then what? What if he says, well, I ran out of money to do the envelope or the interior finishes, or...
Then we're back to the same spot we are now.
And we'll take it.
Right.
Propose that we take it.
Well, if you're going to withdraw it...
It could be at the fall town meeting.
Okay, I just thought maybe you could write it in different ways, and it's like a contingent saying, contingent on da-da-da-da-da-da, and that way it would go on for a couple of years until you're sure everything is done. Now it sounds like every town meeting that comes up, if he says, oh, well, I really ran out of money to do the envelope, so...
So the late, great Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. The trust we're trying to give this gentleman is that he is beginning the project by May. If he puts up steel and then stops by October, we'll have a standing article to take the property. We have the hammer of taking the property, whether he puts the steel up or doesn't put the steel up, as long as town meeting concurs. And Mark said that this room was full when Jay Ash gave the presentation. I've been here almost a year and a half, and I've never heard a more enthusiastic consensus on any plan put before the town. So, you know, life goes on. If he's not honest with us, puts up steel and tries to satisfy us, and we get past the May town meeting, it'll still be on as a standing article. And we won't trust him next time.
Has this developer indicated to you that he would be interested in selling his development project to another developer?
He has. In fact, we introduced him to probably 3 developers, and Mark and I had a half a dozen other developers come to Stoughton and look at it. As currently designed, as they say, this dog don't hunt. Nobody was even the least bit interested. He is asking $1.5 million, as is for the property. That throws the math, that throws the budget right off. Unless you have major modifications, strike that, minor modifications in the design.
Well, if one of the options is to add a 5th floor to the building, the foundations are already in, you better make sure the structural engineer who did those foundations comes back and says, oh yeah, we can hold the 5th floor.
You're right on. You're right on. And if we end up taking by eminent domain, we'll pay the $20,000 in our budget to take that foundation out.
To take the whole foundation out?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe each appraisal actually subtracts the foundation out.
That's right.
So actually, if you put the steel up, that might help us. If he stops, right?
Well, okay.
We've been sleeping with this for over a year. Every possible angle, every possible possibility. I bet if we did a survey in Stoughton as to the issue that bothers our residents the most, it's that site.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Anzavino, you have a question?
Right.
Yeah. If that should happen, if he started, stopped, whatever, you'd have to get a new appraisal every time you went in, right?
Yeah.
Or update this one.
But update this.
You'd have to, yeah. And thank you. And then just to point out, the reason I asked you what page you were looking at, because if you look at page 4 and it says scenario B and it says 28 apartments, and you were talking, you wouldn't be able to do the extra 7 on top, so you wouldn't have 28, you'd have 26. But when I look at page 4 of this revised one that we got today, they listed it as 28 apartments on scenario B, so just pointing it out to you.
What page are you on, John?
I gotta move it till it gives me the pages, but it was on page 4. Page 4, or yeah, maybe page 3. You know, you do these PDFs, you give them as they go. Yeah, page 3. And it just said,
Page 3, okay.
after the last paragraph and above his signature, it says value scenario B, 28 apartment units, 1.13 million.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Well, I'm just pointing it out to you because you were talking later and it said 26,
So,
you know, when you say 28 here and 26 there, I pick things up like that.
no, you're good at picking up things like that. And I thought I was, because I had a couple of revisions of this to be transparent with everybody, that the person doing the appraisal interpreted our zoning that the fifth story, you could go up another 7 units. And I told him, and that would equate to 28 units. And I said, you're wrong. It's got to be less than that. I said, maybe 3, 4, 5, something like that.
Yeah, because of the
and he
setback
caught
they
it
require.
everywhere else. It's had to be in here 10 times, and right on the freaking cover sheet. I freaking missed it. I just told him, I hammered him, this is like the fourth revision, and I missed the cover sheet. So I think it's accurate everywhere else, you know? So we'll get that revision made.
Any other questions or comments from the committee on Article 33, properties located at 760 Washington Street, map 54, lot 285, and off Rose Street, map 54, lot 180. It's, I guess, at $1.2 million now. Any other questions or comments from the committee? I only have one question, I guess. Do you have a purchase order or an invoice on the steel that he says he ordered, and have you requested it when you tell me that you don't have it?
I haven't yet requested it, but that will be the next conversation we have.
Okay. I just figured if he said he ordered it.
That's great.
Yeah, no,
I think you're right.
I got you.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public on Article 33, properties located at 760 Washington Street, map 54, lot 285, and off Rose Street, map 54, lot 180, $1.2 million? Yes, Mr. Ventresco, please identify yourself for the record.
Peter Ventresco, 587 Kansas Street, Precinct 8. Looking at that foundation right now, it looks like he's got parking for 2 cars or something on the backside going towards the fire station. Am I right saying that? Or?
On the ground level, there's 8 parking spaces proposed right now.
Between the main foundation in a dirt area going against the building they had the trouble with the wall.
That dirt area in the back.
There's 8 spots.
There'd be 8 lined up in a row right over there.
Really?
The front part towards Washington Street, that's where the commercial area is.
All right, so if you're saying if he doesn't need the parking area down there, that one spot's going to take care of the Rose Street parking area over there, the 8 cars? Or you're going to have the whole first ground level as a parking area and no retail on the bottom?
Yeah, so that scenario C I was talking about, if we allow a developer to reduce the commercial space to just a small little area, right? That first ground floor can house all the required.
So he's going to have to fill the foundation up to ground level.
Yeah, yeah. Be honest with you, I think any developer that buys that piece of property.
I realize that. That's right. It would have made more sense.
Yeah.
But I think most developers shy away from wanting to buy that building now is because there's too much green space. There's too much dead space between the new building and the old building. Before, them buildings had a firewall between them. But that would have made it more attractive, I think, for other developers if the building was big and they utilized the whole lot.
I mean, quite frankly, to the Finance Committee and Peter, I think if I was a developer, I'd just take the foundation right down. I don't have any certifications myself. It's small money in the big project, and I can increase my parking on the first floor.
Yeah, utilize the whole lot.
And my units can get slightly bigger because I can get rid of that green space now.
Yeah. Well, the reason why that didn't happen before because they wanted green space from the ground to the sky.
Right.
Yep. And if they keep thinking that way, nothing's going to go in there.
Right.
All right, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments from the public? Article 33, properties located 760 Washington Street, map 54, lot 285, off Rose Street, map 54, lot 180. I guess we're at $1.2 million now. Yes, Mr. Enzavino.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the other one on the corner of Washington and Monk, isn't that what they did? A small commercial down below, and then everything behind it's parking. That's correct. It's already been done. Thank you.
Elliot, you have a question?
Is there going to be any impact on this project, assuming it's done, with the renovation and the fire station right next door? Do you see any
No, there's no impact at all.
Good.
Yeah, there's a piece of property in between both.
All right, there's what used to be the cleaners there, and there's that is going to stay there?
It's a barber shop. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on this? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much for the presentation. Have a wonderful evening.
Mr. Chairman, before you adjourn, Mark and I would like to thank you and the members of the committee. This was a very productive meeting, and we really appreciate the depth and of your questions and the manner in which they were asked. We thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, next item, any other matters relating to 25-24 budget and town meeting warrant articles? Mr. Lurie?
Yes, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we went through 23 different budget articles, or 23 budgets in the same article, and we still don't know exactly how much revenue we have. It seems to me that we should just get it out of the way. If people are too tired, if it's too late, if we don't want to talk about my motion, can you take it out of order tomorrow and do it at the open of the meeting instead of waiting till the end of tomorrow night's meeting? Because I just see it going on and on and on. It doesn't seem, it won't stop. You'll never want to hear my motion. And I just think my motion is extremely relevant to everything we're doing. It has to do with money, by the way.
You talked about we don't have a revenue sheet. Is that what you're saying? We have.
No, we have a revenue sheet that needs to be looked at because there's information that never made it to the revenue sheet even after the votes were taken.
What is the information that never made it to the revenue sheet?
I took some notes about that. So on October 17th, they had a meeting at the Select Board for guidelines. It was called the FY25 Budget Guideline Recommendation. Select Board Carrera member said, and I took this as close to verbatim as I could from watching the replay of the meeting, quote, motion to approve guidelines with the edit Mr. Carrera suggested, motion made by Scott Carrera to lower levy by $375,000 against projected new growth. Seconded by Stephen Cavey, unquote. Vote carried in favor 5-0. In the revenue sheet, it shows empty. It went down to 0. Back in last year, it showed 87,000. This year, the projected number for FY25 is 0. So there's obviously $375,000 that got absorbed into the budget.
Okay, so what exactly is your point? That the Select Board voted something that didn't get passed on to us?
Correct. So it's almost like we have no choice but to recognize the $375,000 as excess capacity in the budget.
Mr. Coulter, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. Thank you, Vaughn. Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's facts are 100% correct. That was voted. Those were the guidelines. That was our intention. As we got closer to the budget process and learned of, at first, the 15% and then the 7.1% school, that became impossible to do. When we presented our expense budget to the Select Board, we made clear that we weren't able to reduce the levy limit, and they voted our budget with that knowledge. If the issue here is that we require a vote of the board to codify what we already know about the budget, I think that's a reasonable request, and we will do that. Had we been at 3.8 between the school and the town, that would have been a very easy thing to do. But as we all know, we're not at 3.8 between the two departments, so it's impossible to do without making significant cuts in the expense side of the budget. So the Dave's 100% right about the facts. It's just that things changed very dramatically in December of 2023 with regard to our expense budget.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation. Does that explain everything?
No,
Mr. Lurie?
no, it doesn't
explain everything?
No,
Okay.
because there's other sources of revenue like free cash that also show up in the budget to the tune of $675,000. So it's not this should be preserved in the line item for excess capacity before you start looking at, other, taking it away and then saying, oh, we're going to use that ahead of free cash. This should have been set aside first. It never even showed up. So now we don't even have the goodness that would have come from having this set aside in excess capacity. We lose it.
Mr. Chairman, even if the budget were done the way Dave just said, the board would have taken a vote in December to reverse that decision they made in October, because we would not have been able to make decisions on behalf of the schools. We don't have that authority. So the only way we could have balanced the budget is to reverse that policy statement, that policy agreement, which Dave is right about, by reversing it. And that can be done to clean up the records. But there is no way we could lower the levy limit by $370,000 without major cuts to the school and to the municipal side of the budget. So I will say to you, we will clean this up by reversing that vote of October.
All right, thank you very much for that. Lisa, do you have a question on this?
I would just like to elaborate on, because I saw that select board meeting, and I was very happy to see that happen, because it's an extremely fiscally responsible decision to have made. And it prevents departmental fighting by taking the money off the table right away. We already know our budgets are unsustainable. Our expenses are unsustainable, and at some point, we have to rip off the Band-Aid and potentially make cuts to the budgets on both sides of the aisle. And when I say that, to clarify, that's on the school side and on the municipal side. The warrant was closed with, or made with that vote taken, to then say, with all due respect, that they would have gone in and changed it. It's a fiscally responsible decision they made. It would, to say they're going to go back is not copacetic for me, and I think
that's absolutely within their purview and within their authority to reverse a policy that was made.
Excuse me, I wasn't done talking.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I, as a finance committee member, are saying we have very tough choices to make. And I'm not saying you haven't made tough choices already, but our expenditures are unsustainable, and our select board voted to take this money, reduce the levy. We have a significant amount of new growth. I've been listening to this for 3 years, that we say new growth has come in. So we have a levy at 2.5, and then year over year, we have new growth. We're depending too much on free cash as it is. And to Dave's point, there's added money this year going after free cash. So while I understand it's very painful to make cuts, because we have year over year relied on free cash, and let's just take the school side, ESSER monies, we need to incorporate that vote, is my opinion.
I actually have another item.
Mr. Anzavino.
Just let me make a point to the committee. The Board of Selectmen are the ones who determine the tax rates and so forth, and they vote what they want and how they want, and that's under their purview. The most you could do would be to ask if they can set aside some money for the levy. You can't force them to do it, because it's not our jurisdiction. It's theirs, and it's up to them. Now, we've made the point to the town manager. He can bring it back to them and see if they want to reinstitute that set aside off the levy. But it's nothing under our jurisdiction that we could force them to do it. It's up to them to do it. You remind them they took the vote, and they do what they want to do after that. I mean, there's nothing.
That's my point. I'm asking them to honor their vote.
John, thank you for that summary.
I'm just saying that it is their decision, and you make a decision on day one that you want to try and do something, and on day 5, you know, when you find out other things have come up unexpected, so forth, that might be what you lose, but it is their choice. It's not ours. We could recommend anything we want, but just to make it clear, it's their choice.
John, first of all, through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for those comments. That's exactly what I was going to say, but you said it much clearer. I want to remind Lisa that on that day one when they voted that, they also voted a 3.8% budget for the municipality and for the school department. Things changed. And when and it changes throughout the budget process. It's going to change from the selectmen's budget you have in front of you right now. It'll change a day from now, a week from now, and a day before the town meeting. And that's why we make amendments on town meeting floor. But in that same vote, where they gave us budget guidelines, it was for 3.8% budget. When that changed, and I think the superintendent did a magnificent job of explaining the driving forces behind those changes, the select board understood when they voted unanimously for their budget that they could not implement that policy objective that was done months earlier. And they will reverse to clean this up.
I have a comment, Vaughn.
Hang on a minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Coulter. Mr. Lurie, did you have something?
I'm actually in agreement. There's no disputing the fact that the select board has the only authority to mess around with the levy. We're asking them to honor that because when they did vote that 3.8% across both sides of Pearl Street, if you will, they didn't say, oh, and we're going to take back the vote that we took in October. They just spent the money, but guess what? Free cash was also used, even though it was thought to be at zero, because when it went to 7.1, which is what they voted in January, the January vote was a free cash vote. People forget there was a lot of craziness going on between, where the money was going to come from when they had to go from 15% down to 7, and then back up to 11, and then back down to 7 again. But whenever they were doing that, they were dipping into free cash. So why was it that they just evaporate a vote they took in October there was never a deliberation over should we reverse course on what we did in October? They never did that, but they had no problem saying free cash was on the table.
I don't speak for them, but I'm pretty sure they will do exactly what you're asking for.
Mr. Lurie, I believe the select board was well aware of their own vote when they submitted the budget.
That's not what I said. I said they voted the ability to take the free cash, and they never said, oh, and by the way, we're going to take back excess capacity. They didn't say that. They just spent X number of dollars, and it shows up negatively on us as free cash by $650,000.
Mr. Chair, may I just suggest, it's late in the hour.
Yes, Mr. Coulter.
May I just suggest that the Finance Committee and the gentleman in particular lets the board do their job, and the Finance Committee's got the authority to submit its own budget with these amendments, and then we deal with it on town meeting floor. But for the record, the board, and I shouldn't speak for them, but I think I can confidently do so, will clean up the record by reversing that vote they took, unless the Finance Committee's got $350,000 in reductions that you're proposing.
That would be acceptable. If they reverse the vote, that would be a shame that they had to. But they have the authority to do it. I didn't say that I had the authority to do anything about it. But I think we have to honor that vote.
I won't say another word because I'm not going to debate it this hour. I think what you fail to understand is town government budgeting is not a static process. Things change every single day. We didn't get from Gallagher until today their recommendations for our health insurance. What happens if that was up $500,000? We'd be having a very different discussion. We didn't know from Maya until this past week what our new pricing is at our $1.2 million general liability policy. We didn't know a number of things until the past 10 days. It's not a matter of honor or integrity. The board is the policy-making board for this town. And as things change, they're required to make those changes, and they will.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Coulter.
Thank you, sir.
Lisa.
Yes, with all due respect, nobody is questioning anybody's integrity. I'm not sure if you're aware, I watched the school committee meeting, I believe it was last night. The superintendent has indicated that there's going to be massive cuts needed because of the dependency on free cash and ESRA. And the suggestion was to kick it down to fiscal year 26. Again, we should be fiscally responsible now. The select board's vote was to be a very fiscally responsible decision. You're 100% right. It's in their purview to reverse. It would be a shame. It's our, I won't say we, I'll say I, am calling upon all our leaders, although they have already made tough decisions based on the economics that we're facing. I'm suggesting there needs to be more.
Then it's within your purview to make whatever cuts you'll recommend.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you very
hopefully
much,
I can
Mr.
do
Col-
that with your cooperation and help.
Lisa, thank you. The select board has submitted a budget. We don't set tax policy. We don't set tax rates.
That isn't what was discussed, but that's fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coulter. Any other questions? Any other discussion on this? Any other matters? Hearing none? Oh. Yeah, we'll hear from the public. You have something, Mr. Ventresco? Please identify yourself for the record.
Peter Ventresco, 587 Canton Street, Precinct 8. All right, this budget all is in a quagmire because of the state. And the town manager said the state was going to make us whole. So if they're going to make us whole, let them give us the extra money that they're causing all this problem. So that would take care of that, hopefully. Now, the other thing is, oh boy, I'm taking a senior moment here. Oh, turn back money. How much did we get last year from all these different departments heads? Turn back. As far back as I remember, the last 30 years.
Certified free cash for this year.
Pardon?
The certified free cash for this year is $4.9 million.
Who's saying that?
I am. Over here.
John, it's 4.9 million, but that's all free cash, not just the turn back, but the entire.
No, but I mean, the turn back we got from the department heads. How much did we get back?
Oh, that breakdown I don't have.
Because every year it runs into millions. Okay. How much was it? How much was the turn back?
All I know is the total free cash that was certified, it was $4.9 million.
Yeah, but I'm asking the question.
We can find out the
as far
turn
back
back.
as I can remember, even sitting on this board years ago when your wife was here, they were always giving back a few $1 million turn back because they over budget at the beginning, and we always give it to them. Then at the end of the year, they don't spend it, they give it back. So all that money they're giving back, that tells me every year they don't need that. We should be keeping that as a reserve.
Yeah, I could add one thing.
And I agree with Mr. Laurie. What the selectmen did, they took that $270,000 off the levy. That should go back because the turn back money from the department heads is more than enough to cover that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ventresco. All right, we have anything else here? Any other matters?
Nope. I would like to make a motion to continue this public hearing to Wednesday, March 20th at 7 p.m. in the Great Hall of the third floor of Town Hall, 10 Pearl Street. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking we're on the end of the day. It's been so long. I'll stand corrected. I move that we continue this public hearing to Thursday, March 14th at 7 p.m. the Great Hall, third floor, Town Hall, 10 Pearl Street, Stoughton, Mass. 02072.
I'll second that, John.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. We are adjourned.
11:11.
Thanks for watching.
11:11 Apple time.